Goes from no data to excellent. There you go. Cool. Hey, welcome YouTubers. Let's welcome gamers. Welcome. Give it a couple seconds to propagate onto the internet and become something that actually can be detected. What's up, Hairbothan? Auto find and activate. Bada bing. Cool. All right, so now we got YouTube chat, we got Twitch chat, we got a thumbnail. I'm gonna hit save on this document, and then, whoa, what's going on here? Cancel that. Let's save on the web page. No, cancel. Get out of this tool. There you go. No more resizing. Jeez. Control S. It takes forever. I gotta delete like tons and tons of layers out of this document. This has been a sort of a live preview document. It's a live YouTube preview document. All the settings for the image are right for the YouTube preview and the sizing and stuff, so I just keep reusing it. Also, if I'm ever challenged about copying somebody else's work in order to make the thumbnail, I've got all the margin information, all the margarine I could possibly eat. I have been going through and trying to use the. Why is that so big? Get out of here. Jeez. No, I don't want this. I got Mulvad. I don't need your stupid busted VPN that's gonna get hacked. I've been using the Firefox like highlighting tools in order to keep track of what I've installed on the board. It helps you keep your sanity much of the time. And it would have helped me if I didn't see what some of the values of stuff were, right? But the problem is, when you use these highlighting tools, like I'm using the pen tool, I don't think they anticipated this. They have this highlight box that surrounds everything that you've drawn, right? So if I make a big drawing over here, I circle something, I can hit escape and I can highlight it and move the circle around. And that seems like it's great until you use the pen tool to cross things out. The problem is, I'm in the pen tool right now, right? Open up the pen tool, I can't draw here. I can't draw here. I can't draw here. Hello? Help me, help. Can't draw. Nope. Help. Nope. So I have to start over here and then go over here, and then I can do like a note or something in cursive. You guys can read that, right? It's cursive. And then I can cross something out. But now that's expanded the area a little bit, or it will once I get out of the tool once. See, now I can't draw there. So stupid. What are they thinking? Anyway, at least for this specific task of crossing things out, this is not a good tool. I would sooner bring this into MS Paint and use that. My desk is a mess. I need to do some cleaning now that this project is complete. There's a period where a healthy desk is a happy desk. Wait, I used the wrong part of both. Where a messy desk is a happy desk is a healthy desk during a project. However, the systemic mess that is my entire living situation needs a little bit of resolve. I need to get in here and clean this thing out. It's gotten a little bad. I need, a place for everything in a place kind of stuff in here. It's unfortunately got a little bit out of hand, and I'm in the middle of it. But at some point, my desk has to stop looking like this music sounds. Breakcore. Oh yeah, that's right. YouTubers can't hear the music, so it's like, what this sounds like. There's just nothing. It's like breakcore. It's one of these Y2K turn of the century jungle that used to be in video games kind of mix. That was from another viewer. Oh, I love giving credit to the stuff that my viewers show me and do for me, because it's not just me. I'm not this competent. They're subsidizing my competency, and I like to give them all credit. But I forget. I'm not good at have memory. Memory have that good. It was Magic String. Okay, yeah, just don't hesitate to remind me, because I probably have dementia. Let's be honest, I'm an old millennial. What's up, VX. Did you just like drop your hand on the keyboard? VX. Books. In a way. I'm trying, it's all consonants. It's consonants and vowels, I guess, so it should be. Humbaga. All right. I almost just want to get started here. I made the mistake, by the way, of putting touch controls on this desk I bought way back in the day, because this isn't standard for this desk, right? This is a riser. This all is from what is it called? Something industrial. It's from an industrial supplier. When I redid this shop, when I got this room, because this used to be like a workout room in the house, and so when I took over this room, I spent a lot of money on big butcher block desks, and made a big L. And this is going to be a drill press. And around that time, I won the Reddit Millionaire Makers contest, and I spent $1,500. And I'm glad I did, because of the stuff we've done in here. This mill, the mini mill, is like perfect. Because I work with plastic and aluminum and copper, and so the soft materials are just fine on a sort of a hyped up drill press. But anyway, I sort of had to tie the two desks together. There's like a bracket underneath here that ties them together and makes them super duper stable and strong. And the rest of this is just like industrial, stuff. We put Dynamat on these drawers to quiet them down. It's actually kind of awesome. But one of the mistakes that I made is I hopped out. These are the plug strip, and the little riser is a different product for a different desk, but it goes really, really well with my 72-inch butcher block, right? Goes really well with it. And this is a direct carryover from working with the FBI. In the FBI Engineering Center, they have desks that are set up very similar, almost exactly the same as what I've set up here. No, I did not steal their desks, because that would have been incredibly impossible, but I bought the same kind of stuff. I bet you on a coin flip, if I win, I get an old PC. What, huh? No. I'm not giving away PCs. What? Anyway, so, why would I give away PCs? It's shocking. Okay, so I set this up very similar to the FBI Technical Center, and the reason that I like this configuration so much is that if you have a boss or a manager come up behind you, if you have the scope projected onto a monitor up here, they don't lean into you, and you don't have to smell their coffee breath. Coffee breath is the motivator, the primary motivator behind the shape of the setup of this shop. You tried. It was really a floundering statement that was doomed from the start. That really zero effort. Anyway, so yeah, what I did is added some lights to it, and these lights are just 24-volt LED strips. These, by the way, you can get like solid LED strips, and I'm wondering if I should buy some solid LED strips to replace these, and I should get a router and actually build these into this top. But that's a whole round of projects, and I should also seal this with what is it, tung oil? Water Locks is the brand, and that takes about a month. So at some point, not soon, some point in the history of the shop, I should get this stuff and put the water locks on it. It's the stuff that I used for the brewing table that used to be there. I wheeled the brewing table out of here, so it hasn't been featured in a little while, because when the music stuff goes away, the simulator is going to go over there. We need to get back to some of the simulator stuff too, but I want to round out some of the music stuff. Anyway, so what I did is with this riser, you get one plug strip, and these are just hollow metal, like square shells. This one happens to have a plug strip on it. The sides come off, so you can remove the sides. And so I removed the sides, and it's a big metal plate. And so I installed touch controls. That's what I've been trying to get at for that whole explanation. That was like a mile walk around the block to get to, I have touch controls on this thing. But the touch controls control the 24-volt LEDs. There's also some other stuff installed in there, including a filter. I had to put a noise filter on that because these things create so much electrical noise that it was messing up my oscilloscope. So that's another strike on Obother's list of things that he screwed up. I think you're supposed to add like capacitors down the line or something like that. I think the new ones don't make that much noise. But every now and then these touch controls go insane. And so I don't know why, but my desk lights will randomly like fade out and sometimes flicker. What they've done here is you can't see it on the webcam, but they're actually a lot more dim than they typically are. So now I actually need to go and I need to poke this little panel and get them to go full brightness. Poking right around here. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I didn't even see a difference in light, but I can tell from over here that they're not as bright as they could be. Weird. Yeah, the webcams really do require a ton of light in order to function properly. All right, I'm willing to get started if you guys are. I mean, it's a Friday, right? We're just hanging out. Basically, I'm gonna go resistor by resistor. And I think, you know, there's a couple different philosophies on how to, you guys wanna race RC cars? Let's just go outside and race RC cars. Actually, let's not go outside because it's absolutely miserable out. I love this RC car, by the way. I should have chosen an all-wheel drive car for that, but I do like the low poly that I got off of Thingiverse for the, what is it called? Lancia 7 or something like that. And then I used magnetic connectors to hold the body on at two different orientations so that it holds onto the body a little better. Those have 3 pins each, and that's a GPS, by the way. 3 pins each. So we need to figure out what to do with 3 pins each on this thing. The big problem is I used a DOS Micro motor controller. I've got better motor controllers now. We should probably try to find a better motor controller that we can reprogram to use sinusoidal stuff so that the motor isn't as loud on this thing. This is pretty good though. I mean, this thing rips, and in the future I can use the extra channels on the radio. It's like a 10-channel radio. I can assign it to weird random controls on the remote, and we can have like headlights and stuff, and like brake lights and things like that. We can program that all into the controller. That's an extensive project though, so I'm not quite getting there yet. This is 3D printed. Hey, what's up, Ghost Lab? This thing is 3D printed, and the hard part was actually making an inner surface on this thing. I used Fusion to do it, but there was a lot of Blender stitching of coordinates. This is a Lancia Delta. I forget the official title. No, not Delta, sorry. Lancia 07, I believe. Oh, I kind of forget the name of the car. It was the last rear-wheel drive Group B rally car. And it's from Lancia, and it's insane. And they only made enough to count for the rally. There's only so many of these. There's some really good YouTube videos on it. And there are now resto modders that are making modern versions of this car, and I love it because it is small. It's actually not, this looks like a big car. It is a 2-door, it's like the size of a 944, and it just tears. It's one of the most beautiful cars. But this is a low poly model from Thingiverse, and then the, what the hell is it called again? Darn it, the signature tail of whoever that car builder is, the one that makes the insane Lancias. Seems a little cramped. It's awesome. No, small cars are awesome. But yeah, it's got the vents on the side, and they actually do function as vents for the RC car. These things back here, those actually function as scoops for air. They don't do anything for the RC car, but it's cool that you can see through them. But when this crashes, this is epoxy resin, so this will blow up. Which people go, oh no, it blew up, and I'm like, yes. The whole body just shatters. It's great. Not much leg room. How are you? Well, yeah, because this is a little tiny. It's this big. Of course, there's no leg room in it. You don't know if there's leg room in the real car. It's probably a racing seat though, so unadjustable racing seat. Because they only made so many of these to make the sort of balls to the wall RC car. Anyway, we should probably get started. We got a lot of work to do. Build all these filters. I've got a big mess to clean up, but we'll work around it. But yeah, it's not a DeLorean. It's actually a really awesome rally car. The problem is this RC model. This is my pandemic project. You know, some people. Yeah, some people build robot lawnmowers. I built an RC car that I was going to drift around. What I was going to do, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Djibouti Show or their particular game. Djibouti Show, during the pandemic around then, they bought Mario Kart Home Circuit. And I looked at that and I said, huh, that seems like a kind of a familiar scale. And then we saw behind the scenes Mario Kart Home Circuit. They used a 1/24th scale RC chassis, one of the more common ones you can get at WL Toys chassis, and put a Raspberry Pi W, the little one. What was the smaller Raspberry Pi that's like a full computer still? Zero. The Raspberry Pi Zero W, they put on that little RC car and put a webcam on there, and they said, hey, we can make like an augmented reality game out of this. And made this awesome game. And so the Djibouti Show boys got together with a couple of them and raced them around their basically streamer living room, which is the first floor of the house is like entirely purposed to basically be a kitchen and a streamer room. They set up this beautiful course, and they even, for one of them, had Louis with a drone following them around and getting like real awesome shots of like these tiny little RC cars racing around their living room. And, of course, the augmented reality and playing the Mario game. And I said, that looks cool. We should cheat. And so I wanted to get to know 1/24th scale RC a little better. We did a lot of computer modeling of parts. I didn't have a scanner back then, so it wasn't quite as easy as I would have liked it to be. But I wanted to put like a balls to the wall 3-phase motor and a differential into the Mario Kart Home Circuit cart, because it just uses like one of those generic little like DC like motors. And I wanted to like super duper cheat at the augmented reality RC car game. And I was gonna put it in like a big briefcase with a bunch of foam and send it to them, but it never really panned out because I want to make elegant, like good looking, really good representations of what can be done with the tools that I have at hand, instead of, and this is where other streamers excel, Duos Lab is one of them by far, just getting it done. Just get it done. Just get it done. Tape a bunch of shit together, get it done, get it out there. That's what I'm bad at. I know I need to work on it. This is a personal thing. But yeah, that's the story of Mario Kart Home Circuit. And the reason I have the expensive RC car kit is I was taking a look at these. Short Lurker was showing me all kinds of stuff like this. And I was going, what would it take to build something like that? And we found out that it takes patience and fine motor control, because everything in this is smaller than a big RC car. And so you have to have not specific tools. You can use generic, hex keys and screwdrivers and stuff, but handling all this stuff and getting it all together is sort of like arthritic work. A lot of fun. Problem is I'm in Pennsylvania, so everybody around here is not doing 1/24th scale. I don't know where I'd be able to find 1/24th scale people racing around their RC cars. So this is pretty much just like an outdoor toy. And my shop got too messy. I was moving everything off the floors to try to make enough room that I could race the little RC car around. And then we got a dog, so I'm not really, my outside time is spent throwing a little hoop for my dog to chase instead of racing an RC car. I don't know what you would think about that RC car. Have you seen the RC Hot Wheel mods? Yeah, there's some channels, and it's especially like the Japanese Twitter was guilty of this, doing these incredibly intricate, tiny RC systems inside of a Hot Wheels sized car. And there's a lot of really cool stuff. Yeah, only lasts 10 minutes, quite interesting. There's some crazy stuff. I've seen some crazy stuff. Soldering things that are like the size of a pea. Okay, let's get started, huh? Let's get started before I hit another ad break. Oh, we've got like 30 minutes until one. All right, let's see here. Oh man, somebody heated something up for lunch that I can smell, and it's full of garlic. Whew, that burns the nostrils. What is going on? I think maybe somebody's frying onions. Wait, what is this? Oh. Click to learn how to stream in higher qualities. My cameras only go to 1080p. Twitch, I'm sorry, but I'm not over streaming my cameras. And they say 1080p horizontal. I think Twitch might be flirting with vertical formatting. Boy, what would happen if we did a vertical formatted stream? What would happen? I could certainly keep up my camera angles. It's just we would lose the wings. It would be mostly bother on screen or mostly the soldering project. Yeah, let's get started. I'm gonna get the music out of here. Y2K jungle mix. Man, my nostrils are burning from whatever the hell somebody's cooking. What are we frying up there? Whew. There was most of a red onion in the fridge, so I'm wondering if that's what's hitting my nostrils with complete wanton abandon. Firefox can't open this page. Why don't you reload it then, you stupid web browser? There we go. Bother head on the bottom, project on top. I would have to rearrange some of the windows, yeah. What is going on with Streamlabs? Why does it not work with Firefox today? There we go. Now we're back. Okay. So I got all my alerts up. I have my subscriber. I have my viewer. When I worked in an office, my favorite thing to do was fart and then ask around, did somebody make popcorn? That's evil, Nico. That is evil. My favorite thing when working in an office was the coworker that used to, for lunch, microwave broccoli, which is, you know, hey, microwaving broccoli, that sounds fine. Broccoli is delicious when you steam some broccoli. Oh, no. Nowhere did I say steam broccoli. I said microwave broccoli. They put raw veggie broccoli into the microwave and they would just nuke it. And eventually it smelled like burning sulfur because it was burning sulfur. And we confronted him about it. I said, I just like it that way. Bitch, we don't like you liking it that way. That shit is chemical warfare. Awful. The only worst thing you could do is microwave fish. Hi, I'm looking a little disheveled today. We're starting up the stream. Let's get started soon out of here. That's because I did a half mile around the circle with 2 corgis in the utter and complete Dagobah swamp that is the Northeast right now. It's teetering up in the high 80s. It's probably going to be 90 soon. And it's supposed to get up to like 95 today. We're in the middle of heat wave number 5. I guess that's just summer now, is we're just classifying all of summer as a heat wave until we're all dead next year. Yeah, so that's why I'm looking a little greasy. Usually I'm a little cleaner for stream. I've been sweating. I have been literally sitting on the fan and spinning around in order to cool off ahead of stream. So I'm going to be a bit of a sweaty mess on the beginning. I feel fine. You know, I'm much fitter than I used to be. Going around that circle doesn't tire me out anymore. It's like it's like a big neighborhood circle on the side of a hill. So for half, like a quarter of your walk, it's uphill, and then big downhill, and then a little bit of an uphill to get back. So it's a pretty good exercise thing. And the corgis are now completely silent because they are dead. Long hair, fluffy corgi out in huge humidity, in the sun and the heat. Dead. We gave them ice water and ice cubes when we got back, so they're fine. They're not having a heat stroke, but they are now completely out of energy. So hopefully, maybe for a couple hours, we're going to get a little bit of quiet. And in the quiet gives me an opportunity to solder 1,000,000 resistors. I'm not joking about this title. I am now chained to this desk, and I'm going to just solder resistors. There's a couple ways that you can actually go through parts lists and bill of materials while you're building your circuit, whatever makes it fun. And I did the laborious job of crossing out individual part numbers during the break, and I discovered that Firefox's little pencil thing has a huge flaw. It wants to highlight the stuff that you draw in a box, and that box you can move around. The problem is, if I need to draw something else on that box, I can't. I need to draw here and move in. W, T, F. It's a nightmare. So a lot of these lines, the reason they creep over like that is that I couldn't cross out the stuff in the middle. So if I have to cross out C4E, I can't. It would be better to take this into MS Paint. But so the reason that I had to do the crossout thing is I had to go through the capacitors individually and make sure I installed the correct ones, because the markings on this board are illogical. They go by circuit structure, which is probably easier for the designer, but it's still just as much of a mistake as putting parts values instead of U1, U2, R1, R2. When you do the U's and the R's and the C's, when you do the U's and the R's and the C's, you go from one corner of the board to the other. It doesn't matter which one, just as long as it sort of semi-logically follows a numbering scheme. That way, if I have a marking that's obscured, if there's some reason that the silkscreen doesn't come through, and this is also a shortcut, or also a shortcoming of the designer, because you really want those U's and the R's and the C's to be indexable so that you know where you are in your circuit. Instead of coding it into a code word, it's just U1, R1, C1, etc. diagonally across the board. That way, if I am installing a 1 kilo ohm resistor and it jumps from R1 to R50, I know to go that way to find it. And then I'll find R50 all the way near R48, 47, 60. That's how you do it. Like that, why is everybody bucking the convention in the music world? Maybe they haven't been exposed to the circuit board design realm as much as we have, but they're doing things that they may think are intuitive, but are actually detrimental to building the board. They're hurting me and my abilities and what I've trained in terms of troubleshooting. They may know that CDA or CF1 is capacitor filter 1, and they know where that is on the board and the schematic. But for me, it is always a dead reckoning. It's R1 to R50 is a big diagonal move across the board. And there are user language programs in Eagle, aka Fusion, aka Autodesk, that let you renumber them so that the R's and the C's and the U's are all sequential and diagonal in nature. They cascade from one side of the board to the other. And you can mess with that scheme. You can make that scheme do whatever you want in that realm. And a lot of people don't follow that convention at all, and they still do U1, R1, C1. What I'm finding in this board is that the C's and the R's are they're grouped by like structure in the circuit. They're grouped by structure, and then there can be two C1s. There can be C1A, B, and C and D. That's bad. That is an avenue for confusion. You want to eliminate all the avenues for confusion. Same reason when I'm drawing a schematic, I don't do a circuit jump when two lines cross over one another. I don't do the little jump, and when two lines connect, I do a dot, but I only connect 3 things. So only 3, not 4. And that way, if you see a junction like this, it's never ever connected. If you see something like this without a dot, I forgot to put the dot in. Capiche? Simple. Eliminate confusion. These don't do that. And so this build has been a nightmare until, and oh man, I lost the screen name. What was it again? Can we still scroll up on the history here? Yeah, Pro Amateur Expert. Pro Amateur Expert, who's been watching the show for a long time, came out of hiding. They said, I have to take my work to the surface. And they came out of lurking in order to link me to a wonderful Google document that had a PDF that has all of the wonderful explanatory stuff about the 570 Galore, including a high resolution picture of the board and what should be in what place. And then it also has a component location map. So this is the kind of stuff that would be, wonderful if it was readily available. It's probably searchable somehow in order to find the data, to find all these parts and get them all together. But I ran out and got all of my adulting done for the weekend. Food for myself and daughter, adult gummies, and plenty of coffee. I need to figure out the situation with those, because I know people go into New Jersey to get them. But if Pennsylvania continues to be so stuck up in their legislation and doesn't fully, totally legalize and, not be stuck up about this shit, everybody goes to New Jersey to get stuff. And unfortunately, flock cameras are starting to show up, and there's already been somebody that has been pursued by law enforcement for going over a state border in order to buy marijuana illegally, which is an absolute fucking travesty that they're doing that instead of looking for like murderers. Absolute bullshit police work, guys. Thanks. I think it was in Texas. Texas is kind of crazy with greens. But I can literally walk into a doctor's place and go, I have diabetes. And before I'm done saying diabetes, I don't even have to say the type. I go, I have diabetes. And then boosh, like it hits me in the eye, the corner of the piece of paper for the prescription for marijuana. I'm like, what the hell, man? And the doctor's like, yeah, you should probably take marijuana. That eye will feel better. But yeah, it's crazy that Pennsylvania, especially with the green thumb of the Northeast being the way it is, they don't allow the general usage. But I can easily get like medical stuff. I just have been too ADHD to do that. Here in Ohio, we would go to Michigan, and then Ohio finally legalized. Yeah, I'm waiting for Pennsylvania to do something like that. I would rather it be completely available. I have more words than that, but I'm cutting myself off. So anyway, the C's and the R's and the L's, this is a way to do it, having R7L and then R7 like other thing, R11L, R11A, R5A. It just, now you have an R15 right here, but there's no letter on it. Did it print properly? Or is that supposed to be a 6? The font is bad. It printed really bad for whoever built the circuit for me, the modular attic Scott. These look fine, but my big problem with this, and by the way, these are just slight challenges. It makes it a little bit more funky to put together, but it's not a big deal. They did a great job building the board and getting it to be this dense. Really, like my criticisms are just me wanting a slightly softer pillow. So, all right, anyway, we need to go from one side of the board to the other and do all the resistors. That's one way to do it. And if I was crossing out components as I went, that would make sure that I got everything right. I did individual component crossing out because it was hard to keep track of where I was in the install. And then it was hard to find them. And then it was hard to figure out which ones were supposed to be which. I installed a wrong value where CBA goes because that is completely obscured on the actual circuit board itself. These markings are not coming in very well, and structures on the circuit board are blocking some of the markings. So having this Google Doc was extremely helpful. It is so oniony, smelly. Is somebody eating like a cheesesteak? What is going on? The way that I like to go through these is instead of doing zones is nice, but you have to get into the bins. Getting the resistor out of the thing takes a little bit of time, unless you go through the bill of materials and make bins of all the components. And that's something that I can do in the future, is taking a bunch of the blank bins and putting individual numbers of components in the bins. Then I've got everything right in front of me, and I can just look at what's R1. R1 is that? Okay, take that, put that in. That's a good way to do it. I mean, you organize yourself out of having to think about things. For me, all of my stuff is organized in a bunch of different locations. So we're gonna go one component at a time. That way, if I have to get C5 out of a giant bag full of little cut tape capacitors, I don't have to keep going into that bag over and over again. We're done with caps though. I've finished with capacitors. I'm finished. Although the 10 microfarad big filters that come in the power supply, those will have to be done later. But I'm going to put capacitors. I don't have anywhere to put capacitors. I don't have any space. Guys, I don't have any space to put. Fine, they go back there. Okay, so. Sorry being off topic. That's all right. Everybody's just getting here. How hard would it be for me, as someone who has never soldered in their life, okay, to replace the analog sticks on a controller? The video makes it look easy, but they said I have to solder like 14 different things. Y'all seem to be the pros. Yeah, I've been at this for a long time, and so I sort of know the ins and the outs of soldering and desoldering. Do you have any source of an old controller that's got like snot all over it? Something that's dead and broken? We kind of talked about this yesterday during the session, and a lot of the question, can I replace my VRAM? And the answer is yes, but it's also like Oh no, because that's a highly, I didn't solder that one. Oh no, I did. It's like a highly skilled thing and it takes a little bit of practice. So the best thing you can do is find, Velkiden is a name that's very close to Velken. Weird. There's probably another meaning to the words. Find something that has one of those mini joysticks. I wouldn't say go out and buy something, but at least, you know, if you're like me, you've got a lot of stuff. If you've got some busted controllers, like this is what you're going to be up against, I think, unless you're in a different controller. Most, like 99% of the controllers use these stupid things. I hate these so much as somebody who does simulator stuff. I like controllers. I like controllers plenty. This is not anti-controller bias, but these stupid springs in these things are so limited. They have this huge kickover where you have to put so much force into getting it to move at all that you can't do anything accurate. It's a nightmare. I've wanted to make a controller that's like this thing that I bought many, many years ago that uses the RC ones, because these are like pretty light. They still have a little bit of kickover on them, but anyway, these are what you'd be up against, likely. Yeah, so what you have is a failure to communicate. Now, let me get the talon out here. Let's cut my hand while I'm pointing stuff out to you guys. You have this big metal frame that's got to go. You have these individual potentiometers that have got to go. You can snap these out and get them out individually. I don't know what your video is telling you to do, but one of the things you're going to have to do is get the solder off of these big metal anchor pins. In order to do that, you can use a solder sucker, and I wouldn't suggest you go out and just get any solder sucker. You want to get the Cadillac of the solder suckers, which is the Engineer, and I guess they're up to SS03. Engineer, it's the Star Trek TNG font. How they're allowed to do this, I don't know. Maybe that's why they had to go up to the SS03. The Engineer SS03, if this is the only solder job you're going to be doing yourself, unfortunately, you've got to get a permanent tool for soldering. Maybe someday you'll bring it back out, but this is the only one that I think works. The cheaper ones are probably a little bit better, or the cheaper ones are fine. They're cheaper. They might get the job done. This one has an advantage in that it has a silicon rubber tip. This allows you to get the soldering temperature right up to the tip and get a seal going, just like with your fleshlight, right? It gets a nice seal going, and it'll go when you press the big old button on it. So this is just a giant spring in a tube. You press down on it and it locks in. You make a seal on the front and then shoomp, it pulls all the solder away. And then when you need to push it back down, there's a little rod that sticks out of the front here to throw the solder out the other end. So that's one way to do it. Another way to do it is with the surface tension of braid. It might actually be a better idea if you use solder braid, because solder braid sucks solder away through surface tension. So you would put, let's just do an example. Let's just do this. I just want to show some of this stuff. These are different methods of doing it. I have a temperature controlled soldering iron as well. When you're doing solder rework, it helps to have temperature control because your soldering iron won't get too hot and stress out the pads. I've seen a lot of rework go very wrong from my musician friends. They've done some things that would curdle your milk. So there's a couple things that you're going to be up against. One, getting enough heat in there. I have a decently sized tip on this, and this solder is not very fresh. They use solder braid. That might be a better idea if you're only going to be pulling the soldering iron out for this one job and you're never going to, like if this solder sucker is going to sit in a drawer for 10 years, then yeah, desoldering braid is kind of a disposable thing. So desoldering braid is literally just relying on the surface tension in capillaries in the wire. You can spread this stuff out to make it a little bit more potent. Some people say you need to do that, but that's not true. And you'll want to buy like a good brand. Bad solder wick is not worth the time. So if you look for Chemtronics, I happen to like them a lot. It's more expensive. It's more expensive from a good brand. This has little like crystals of flux in it, I think. And then tacky flux. Tacky flux is another disposable. This coats what you're trying to solder and it allows the solder to flow more and hold heat in better. So a little bit of that stuff on your joint. Iron's hot, clean it, make sure that we've got a working tip going on. We're temperature controlled, so we're not going to get penalized for holding this for too long. apply a wide area to the pad, let the heat get in there. And if it resists, if it doesn't solder very much, or if it doesn't flow over, if you don't see it flow over, magnification might help too, but if you don't see it flow over much, you can add a little bit of your own solder to alloy that solder. So if I hold this here for a little bit, that's going to super mega heat up. And it's going to get all the way through, and it's going to start cooling off because of the metal. But then I get my suction tip over here, make a seal, go, and it's gone. So now all of that solder is in my sucker. It's almost sexual, Smithers. Plop. That's what that little push-out thing does. So all of that solder just got sucked up, but here's the trick. There might be a little solder left over due to surface tension. Looks like this thing is going to be nice to us. Surface tension will keep a little bit of solder connecting that pin. So what people do sometimes is they will wiggle the pin a little bit with the iron so that it definitely is this looks actually definitely disconnected. That's how you do it with the solder sucker. That one worked out really nicely because it's a nice big pad. If we go over to this one over here, and I use my desoldering braid, which I typically do this with surface mount electronics. It's a lot of solder to take up into the braid. What we do is, again, a little bit of tacky flux. That'll make your job just a little bit easier. I'm not a Lewis Rossman. I don't drown things in tacky flux. This is enough for the job that we're doing. That was almost too much. So we take not the end of the solder braid. We go up a little bit from the end. This is going to completely fill up most of the solder braid. But I go up from the end and I grip it somewhere that it's not going to burn my hand. This is going to burn my hand a little bit. You can see, well, you'll be able to see on the thermals. Actually, let's get a little closer. A little closer. A little closer with the thermals, and you can see how this stuff heats up. But big iron, lots of heat, lots of inertial, I don't know exactly what to call it. There's a lot of inertia to the heat that this has because of the size of the tip. And then I've also got a 300-watt soldering iron. So if your soldering iron's less powerful, you put a big tip on it, and that way there's a lot of heat that can get in there quickly. So we apply our, okay, try to just wedge this thing in between, and then apply the heat, let the flux propagate until you see it flow over. And now my thumb is burning. You can see how hot the braid is getting because it's copper. The whole thing is not flowing over, and we've failed. So this is a failure, and if you don't keep your iron as the only point of contact with the braid, your braid will just simply become a wire that you've soldered down to the pad. So you want to be careful about that. See all the surface tension in there? So I am now going to no longer negotiate with this. I'm going to alloy the solder so that I've got something with a little bit more lead in it on there. So alloy the solder. Doesn't really matter if I load it up or not. It just needs to get in there, get all that heat in there. The pin is nice and centered. This one's a lot easier than the other one. Oh, we've got an ad starting. Okay, hold on. I'll pause for the ad. I'll pause for the ad so we can have the big reveal afterwards. So we got ads starting soon. Let's hold up. Velkiden is not subscribed. If Velkiden wants to jump over to YouTube, they can see me just prattle away, but I'm not going to do anything during the ad. We're going to wait for the end of the ad, and then I'll show that sort of payoff. And then we'll solder resistors until I die. We'll get to soldering resistors. So, yeah, we don't know what Velkiden has in terms of like tools. I'm just showing off both of the methods. The problem is when I do it here, I've got all the good stuff and I know exactly what I'm getting into. And if they're at like the kitchen table with Dad's soldering iron and like, you know, a couple little supplies that they just bought, you know, they better have a lot of flux, solder braid, patience, and a magnifier. And then it's a totally doable job. I mean, all kinds of people have replaced their thumbsticks on controllers. It's not that hard of a thing to do. It's like a big through-hole device, right? But the ways that I've seen Julian mess up are vast and extensive. Yeah, and if they like it, it might be worth it to invest for something like the Solder Sucker SSO3. Although by the time they do, it's probably going to be the SSO4. They keep upping their numbers because the SSO3 is like a permanent tool, but I can't recommend that somebody buy like the those crappy solder suckers. This thing is only, I don't know, it might be $30 though. Oh, Wayne Johnson, thank you for subbing for 75 months. Just to call me a sucker. Hey. Oh, ad block doesn't change sizes. It's funny. Well, thank you for the 75 months just to insult me. We got Baron Guillermo. Guillermo. 75. Yeah, look, man, I saw like 90 for my Sark watch streak, and I was like, hey man, maybe we could just miss one stream. Are you back from ads yet? I'm gonna wait until we're Velkiden. There's the sub. We're not talking about anything during ads. We just kind of like prattle around. We're gonna get back to actually removing that stuff after the ad. So I subbed, but you can still wait. Yeah, we'll just give it a minute. Oh, that's your 4th month. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Okay, what just happened? I just pulled up the about thing. Okay, we don't need to see. I don't need to. Oh, there's an Xbox on it. There we go. Yeah, I know. I appreciate all the support. That means a lot to me. Yeah, I only hope to educate. How are we doing? Hey, Madam U, how's it going? 7 seconds left in the metered ad break that I see. 2, 1. Theoretically, everybody is back. The only advice I will give is if you choose to buy one, try to get a temperature controlled, even if it's as cheap. Yeah, like Dad's soldering iron is designed to blow up the house. You probably don't want to use that for this because all of that heat from a bad soldering iron may work sometimes, but the pads that are attached to the circuit board will want to detach, and that's really dangerous for something like a controller. You can rip up the pad, and that's no fun at all. You don't want to deal with that. The other disposable way that I might suggest is possibly using something like Chip Quick, and you would still have to buy desoldering braid, but Chip Quick will alloy with the solder and keep it soldered, like melted longer. And so if you go from pad to pad to pad, it might be hard to do with a controller joystick, but going pad to pad to pad with something like Chip Quick, it might pull out easily. The other thing that people have done is take a big like solid copper wire and put it across all the pads and then heat that up with solder, but you might mess up more than you're anticipating. This is a pretty textbook through-hole soldering job. I just want to show it off. I just want to show this thing with desoldering braid. So we put a bit of flux down on the pad, and I'm moving up with the solder braid a little bit from where we'll go from where we failed. And I've alloyed this with some of my own solder that has a little bit of lead in it, which brings the temperature down a little bit. And so we apply lots and lots of heat. My iron is set for 666 degrees Fahrenheit. You want to get that devil heat. And 666 has been a perfectly fine temperature for a long time. I think maybe, supernaturally, it works really well. Hail Satan, usual. So now you can see surface tension right there has a little bobble of solder that's still holding this pin in. So if I apply my heat here and just kind of coax it over a little bit, I can try to get the heat. No, it's not working. This is where a massive amount of flux kind of helps out. But as I roll the soldering iron, I'm kind of rolling the soldering iron to push this pin over, and it still didn't work. So one of the things I can do is add a little bit more solder so that I can get heat all the way down in there. With these, I might even try to get at it from the other side and then go to a blank spot on the desoldering braid, heat through, look for that wicking action. There it goes. You can see the solder try to propagate outwards to the rest of the braid, but we're having a lot of trouble with this one. This is one where I'd probably be spending way too much of my time. And then my diabetic fingers try to cramp up. What is going on with that one? That one is not cooperating. Hold on a second. So a like a cross stitching magnifier can really help you view on the scale that we're viewing things. Yeah, this one might be a little bit difficult to get through. What's going on there? Is that melting? 666 works great for small stuff if you're soldering large gauge wire like an 8th scale RC car. That is big. You'll want a large chisel tip and bump it up to 700, especially when outdoors. It's good advice. Yes, that is. Yeah, the chisel tip, like a big thick tip, gets you all that heat at once and helps melt things. When push comes to shove for me, I get out a butane soldering iron. But yeah, so that didn't work so well. Those can be very difficult to desolder. I don't know if I would advocate, because for the small stuff, Chip Quick is what I use. It's just a little alloy. This is also expensive though. Chip Quick could help you jump from point to point to point to point, and if you do it at 700 degrees, you go from point to point to point to point and just keep adding heat into the Chip Quick that you've added to the solder, and eventually you should be able to like wiggle and remove the thing. It's going to expose your old parts to a lot of heat, and then you need to have desoldering braid to clean up all the pads, get rid of all the excess Chip Quick, because you really don't want that alloyed into your solder. It doesn't hurt it too much, but it just makes it weird. But then once everything's clean, putting the new one in is easy as pie. You just make sure that it's flat against the board and put the solder on all the things. Practice, 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 practice. Start with the cheapest way to do it. I would say desoldering braid and tacky flux are your friends. Big chisel tip in the iron. Everything is big and through hole for that. Make sure that you don't have other components surrounding this. And if you do, that means you're going to have to be really careful about where you place your iron. You can't be a big slob about moving it around and stuff. But using the desoldering braid, you can try on an old controller first to get that all cleared off, and then you should be able to wiggle it a little bit, and it might make some cracking noises. You may have to bounce some of the pins around a little bit, and then it'll you know, give up the ghost. It's very hard to do. It's actually very difficult to do. It takes a lot of time. The are you just saying AI to get under my skin? This is, I mean, it seems like it's easy, but it takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of like making sure that there aren't little bits of solder that are still holding it in. Heating all the pads and wiggling it out is a way to do it, but that requires a lot of heat. And damaging the old one is fine, but it's the new one going in that you got to be careful about. And I guess there's not enough room to get under this and cut these. But you'll want to be careful about little surface mount components that are in the vicinity of it, which is why we say practice. But yeah, lots of tacky flux, lots of solder braid. Give that a try if it gets super frustrating. You can move on to solder suckers or Chip Quick. Either way, you will have the supplies that you need in order to proceed. Good luck. It's not easy. If you get frustrated, it's not easy. Yeah, even with experience, it takes, if you're accustomed to it like I am, or you have like the big boy tools like the electric desoldering gun that I have, it can be a little easier. But you guys have seen me struggle to remove stuff like this in the past. It's just a process. And I've got a $200 soldering iron, well, 300 probably now, and it's a 300 watt soldering iron. That's like a professional one, so. Oh, my throat dry. Do I have any seltzer going? No. Great. I'll have to take a bathroom break at some point. Okay, let's get this out of the way. We got our solder resistors. You guys are wonderfully distracting. You make me look smart by asking these questions. A lot of the tutorials gloss over how easy it is to remove these. They're dead wrong. These things are they're jerks. They're little bastards that don't get out when you actually tell them to leave. There's a lot of little struggles for this. So keeping that in mind, that you will get frustrated, yeah, just work it slowly. Make sure there's no little bits of solder in there. Wiggle the pins. Hopefully you'll be able to do it. If you get super frustrated, watch more tutorials. and start to see the cracks in their little perfect tutorial lives. You can see where they cut and splice in hours later when they've struggled with it for a long time. Well, hot air, I wouldn't suggest people jump to hot air, but that's probably a good way to get those removed. Although I would assume that I'd be adding so much heat to that area that I'd be risking desoldering every other part on the board. And, you know, I've seen experts like screw up removing potentiometers. It's a nightmare. Okay, let's get this thing back, because this is actually a piece of my test equipment. This is not, it's like rusty on top. I've had it so long. Was not expecting so much help. Dude, it's like we get to be smart for like 5 minutes. We get to feel accomplished and like we're experts for just that little bit of time. We live for that shit, man. You gave us purpose for only a moment. Thank you. Yeah, solder rework and desoldering is indeed its own technical skill set. And it's not something that you learn with an electrical engineering degree. It's something you learn by actually getting hands-on, time and time again, nearly breaking everything. My buddy gave me this flux paste, and I like it a lot. I don't know if I'm going to use it a lot, though, because I think I want my horrible causes cancer in California flux. I'm going to buy another thing of this stuff that's all dark and weird. This will go in my bag of tricks, though. If you want a station, this is the one I've been using for over 20 years with its cheaper ones. Yeah, the thing is, like, okay, 20 years on a soldering iron, that's very impressive, but there's also, like, the China soldering irons, and there's also Dad's Radio Shack soldering iron that'll be able to actually make enough heat to actually do what you just saw with the whole pin flowing over. You know, a 20-year-old soldering iron, and I'm not saying I don't have a 20-year, this is like 8 years old. I don't know, there's good stuff nowadays, but a big chisel tip will go far. What's that? Leaded flux is king. Leaded flux? There shouldn't be lead in flux. That doesn't have lead in it. Oh, you meant solder. Leaded solder. I use rosin core, and I meant to buy lead-free solder. Everybody in my chat is like chewing on leaded solder. I don't understand it. They're sitting here like into the spittoon, but it's like leaded solder. And I think maybe the lead has gotten to their brains, because the unleaded stuff is not bad these days. It might be a little bit more of a consideration. You need a little bit more heat to work it, but it works really well. I ordered, unfortunately, slightly leaded solder. I have it's like a 60-40 or something like that. I use Kester. That's what I used for when I worked at the FBI. The good stuff is, the 0.4 is not the good stuff. You probably want 0.6 millimeter. It's a little small for doing like pipes, and you probably don't want to buy a lot of it, but this stuff is rosin core. What is your ratio? I guess that's it. Is it 3.344, or is that, where's the actual information about what the fuck this stuff is? What are you? But everybody has their own, yeah, see, this is leaded. Everybody has their own suggestions, but leaded solder is going to be a little bit smoother. Unleaded is fine. It's better. Unleaded is better if you're working with solder a lot, which I am, so I probably should be using more unleaded. If you're like manufacturing boards and stuff, it's good to get the lead out. And I know everybody in chat is going to say they hate 6337. Is that what that said? Okay, I missed where the buttons were, or where the numbers were. Yeah, I don't know why everybody is such an advocate for lead. Like, I have people in chat telling me that lead is actually great and it should be everywhere. And I'm like, this is the fall of Rome. Like, you guys have gone mad as hatters. I don't understand. There's this huge bias towards it. It's good that they got the lead out because you guys are fucking brains are broken from inhaling and just chewing on this lead for decades, and you don't even realize that your brains are dead. You guys are having flipper babies and brains leaking out of your ears. You guys are like the guy from the end of RoboCop that gets exposed to all that radioactive stuff. You don't realize it. It's sick. You sicken me. You make me physically ill, chat. I'm disgusted. So we're going to do a bunch of surface mount soldering. The size designation for this stuff is 0603. That means 6 mil by 3 mil. Mil, M-I-L, is an English measurement. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know why. It's stupid. Everything is stupid in this country. This stupid, stupid country that actually mainly we followed the conventions that we started with, and we stuck with them instead of switching over to metric and, you know, calling association, football, soccer, soc. We kept the name, we didn't change it. But you guys changed it, and then you said that we're stupid. I don't like that. I don't like you. Anyway, the mil standard on circuit boards is very obnoxious. I do like in Fusion Eagle that I can just go to millimeters, do everything in millimeters. But 2.54 millimeter is the spacing of like our 0.1 inch spaced standardized through hole stuff that allows us to do things like breadboard. When we move over to surface mount, all bets are off and everything is off grid and weird. But you can kind of, if you design your parts in millimeter, you can get your traces to run in millimeter and everything kind of starts to fit into place the way that it should. Setups for CAD and designing circuit boards and stuff are precious. Like once you fall into something that you like and you spent the time to edit your parts, you can spin a board off in like 10 minutes and everything looks good. Some of these board producers, I'm looking directly in your face, both nonlinear circuits and the designer of this thing, by doing as the crow flies traces. This is perfectly viable in circuits. You can have these mad traces that just go as the crow flies. Electrically, that's fine. Personally, if you set up your grids nicely, you can have some very aesthetic looking boards and they just make you feel better. I don't really know who made this one. Oh yeah. But yeah, my aesthetic is pipes. These are little pipes that run around my board. And they're doing little pipey stuff. Look at these little pipes. You guys piping? Yeah, you guys piping all over my board. Yeah, this is a me design. This was a Hajiwo circuit. This is a modular synthesizer board that never came to fruition. This is supposed to be a voltage-controlled oscillator. It's a little big for the stuff that I would design now, but this uses a Seed Studio Zhao and a wavetable in order to output chords. So one day we will finish this. Yeah, the yellow on brown is really nice. I do really like the color scheme on this. It's very easy to see the traces too. This uses a Sallen-Key filter, which from what I understand, we did a lot of reading into what the Sallen-Key filter does and how it works. And I forgot most of it. That's an island. Why is that islanded? Oh, there's a little avenue right here where it gets ground. Okay. From what I understand of the Sallen-Key filter, from when I read it, because I went back through this project recently and I don't remember any of the Booksmart stuff anymore. But the Sallen-Key filter is basically playing a game of Flappy Bird with the waveform. So we send it pulses very fast, which you can do with an Arduino. And then it'll raise and lower the voltage level. I need a new degree. This is so cool. It's cool because I'm good at breaking it down. When you get people that aren't good at breaking things down and making them kind of easily conceptualized, and they're not explained in a way that's fun, this is most of my academic struggles. It's harder to glom onto and figure out what the cool stuff is here. So, but yeah, anyway, stuff. All right, so let's get into soldering some of these resistors. I'm going to go by the method of finding one part at a time, one resistor at a time and then finding it on the board. I'm a little bit more familiar with the location of the R's and the L's and the C's on here. One of the big detriments to this board, and I went over it earlier, is that they didn't go from corner to corner, RC, and elegant. Instead, they kept functional blocks of circuit components, and they made those have their own R1, R2, R3. I think in the Thomas Henry design, the 570 design, the original Thomas Henry one, he probably did it that way because the Thomas Henry audio stuff is broken up into sections. Makes sense for the designer, but for the builder, when it comes time to build this, I would rather have a diagonal thing, because if my 1 kilo ohm resistors go from R1 to R75, I know to go diagonally to look for that part. I know to go to the other corner of the board practically, because there's 74 other resistors in between the two. What's the rectangle to pop-ups? I need to catch up with chat. You guys are talking a lot, which I love. If you happen to have an electronic recycler near you, they usually will allow you to buy stuff. Oh, so you could buy a controller that some brat threw across the room. Yeah. If only that boat hadn't sunk, we might be on metric. I know, seriously, it's kind of annoying, because our speedometers, like, look, America tried. We tried. It was the boomers that didn't implement that stuff properly. We have kilometers per hour on our, well, not for a lot of you guys anymore. Cars have changed since I was familiar with cars. I was a car guy up until 10 years ago. I still am, but I'm not into new cars. The old speedometers had both metric and standard, both English and metric units on them. Metric units were very tiny, but we still could have struggled through and actually become metric. Everything is metric now, though. If you're an engineer, you work in both interchangeably, so that you're not caught off guard by English units. But being able to do dimensional analysis and unit conversion stuff, and it's easy with Google too. You could just Google the units, and it'll, Okay, let's scroll up and what's going on? Leaded solder tastes great. Paint chips taste great. You were a glowy? What the fuck is what is glowy? What? What the hell? For me, if it didn't do the spitting, I'd be fine with it. Asbestos is my favorite flavor. Yeah, so apparently all of chat is the, you were a glowy. Oh, that's right. Glowing so hard it's easy to hit them with your car. That is a quote from the famous, what is it called? It's the religious operating system. Guy's utterly batshit insane, but he called feds glowies. I was not a fed. I worked as a contractor with feds for 10 years, doing specifically reverse engineering IEDs, which was kind of, that's kind of a righteous calling. It's not just busting, crime over state lines. And then I did tracking devices, which are like things that they would put in, like property and stuff like that, their own property. So for a couple of years. So that was my tenure as a contractor. And then I came back to Pennsylvania, where I did medical design stuff. Okay. PCB, electronic recycler, fart, Willow. That's my dog. My dog Willow. Every time you say Willow, Willow pops up on screen in her various pictures that I've taken of Willow. Anyway, Temple OS, yes, that's what that is. Most people don't know that they exist. Oh, the recyclers. I thought they said, most people don't know they exist. And I'm like, huh? I need to actually take a picture of what's behind me so I can flip to that scene so I just disappear. That would be a really good, I can actually do that right now. Oh no, I can't do that with chat up. And then snipping tool. And then I get out of the way. Fully get it. Bother, get out of the shot. What are you doing? Bother, get out of the shot. Bother. Okay, I'm moving. Stop getting mad at me. Okay, take that. Whew. The quality might drop a little bit because I'm not 100% representing the feed, but still, that's going to jump a little bit. Okay, there's that. And then if I take that, can I just cut and paste it? No, it doesn't like that. Save it. I have to save it. It's hard to, for some reason with OBS, it's just kind of difficult to move pictures in and out of it. Background.png, get rid of that. And then we add a, well, actually, I need to do this in the other scene. Hold on. I'm making funny right now, chat. Hold on. Man, I got bad allergies today. My mouth itches. The roof of my mouth itches. Image, and that would be background. No bother. And then browse to the desktop. This is the process of actually putting a picture in here. Where is it? VCKR. Where'd it go? I freaking swear. I'm gonna get mad. All right, where did... Oh, there it is. And then I need to zoom out on this somehow. There we go. And I'm gone. I have vanished. Just need to make sure that this is all lined up properly. And we get that little bit of overflow. And then I can put it on. Well, that, okay, we're done with that. That's good. Doink, doink. Oh, that's going to be funny. Oh, that's going to be funny. It shifts down a little bit. Hold on. Okay, what's that look like? Okay, that's perfect. So get out of studio mode, and then I can zoom back in. Right now, this is what I'm looking at in my... It's like the preview is like tiny right now. Reality is stuttering. You've done it. You guys have damaged the fabric of space and time by being rude in chat. How dare you? Okay, there's that. And then the Stream Deek. The Stream Deek. That's a pretty funny. Yeah, if I have this in just like my back pocket for a joke, I think that would be pretty funny. Although, you know, stuff is going to move around in here, assuming that I do anything with my life. Yeah, then it'll look weird. But all right, put that maybe here. Just, this would be an OBS one. So it'd be Stream Ninja. Yes, scope hide, chat hide here. These things over here. So let's grab this one and I'll actually, yeah, that's what I want. So this, and then this one's gonna be no bother. And then get Stream Deck. Overlays scope toggle. I don't think that one. This one's a broken one, huh? I guess I gotta work on that one. Overlays chat toggle. Oh, so maybe I want you know what? This one might actually not. Yeah, what is doing things? Hold on, we gotta find a better. Those are scenes. That's technical. That's blood glucose to look at. Overlays over here. I think I've fixed a lot of these. Yeah, we could just use this one. Okay, we'll use that. Hold on, let's go back and change that. Replace, and instead of freak, it's going to be called no bother. And then it's going to be frameless overlay. And then instead of freak, it'll be background no bother. And that's just a toggle. And so now, if I go to the face cam, I can do, things move a little bit. The time of day changes. The amount of light coming out and the spring arm moves just a little bit, but I can, peace out. Oh, that's fun. Or I could do, the problem is you guys will be able to see, you know, how the sausage is made. Because if I do this, and I'm like down here now, you can see this moving all over the place. So and do that, and then, oh, suddenly here. So, all right, I'll keep that as a feather in my cap, but it's like everything is going to change completely when I do that, including, well, not my outfit, but the time of day and the position of this arm is going to change drastically. Yeah, it's how the sausage is made. I always show that. All right, let's get back to resistors. So we had a whole bunch of advice on how to desolder stuff, and the biggest piece of advice is that it's always going to be frustrating. Those things do not go quietly into the night. They're big, they're through hole. You should be able to do it yourself, but if you get frustrated, that's natural. One method for removing stuff is to heat up the pads and wiggle the part, but there's so many pads all around those joysticks that getting something that's junk and practicing is going to be your best asset. Okay, so back to resistors, how to go through a bill of materials. Some of the troubles with this board are that these are numbered in a kind of a crazy scheme. I have this image up. It's from the PDF that Bubba found. It was see, it's like I know the name when I see it. Pro Amateur Expert. There we go. It's a lot of name. But Pro Amateur Expert found this PDF that had everything in it for the 570 Galore. And so this really helps us find what the markings are, because the markings on the circuit board itself are terrible. So I've been going through and looking at the physical location zoomed in, and then I've got a separate window. This is where multi-monitor setups really help. And I've got the bill of materials out. So there's a lot of different parts that go into this. The weirdo filter thing that actually powers this device can be swapped for one that's more findable, more available. This, where is that? It's the NE570 DRG2 Compandor. It's like a compressor comparator thing that does like all this insane stuff that I don't understand. The datasheet is huge, but there's also like a separate part number. I'll join the Discord so I can complain about how I messed up on my first go. That's a good idea. People would love to see that in there, and you know, we all like feeling smart, so giving advice on desoldering stuff. We've all been there, crying, desoldering stuff. Bring chat back. Okay, so this is a weird part. I have a big data sheet to read. Thomas Henry is crazy. I don't know what they were designing. But the 570 Galore also needs a ton of resistors. And so one way to go through with this is to go value by value. So we hit all the 1Ks, then we hit all the 2Ms. Why are these out of order? 10K, 10M. That's where a logical R, C, and L naming convention comes in handy. And again, like I said before, if I go from R7 to R12, I know to look diagonally downward to look for 11, 13, any number adjacent to 12 from R7. But they didn't follow that scheme here. They didn't do that. So I don't know where to go from R7 to get to R12. It's mad. It's a mad, mad, mad world. So we're going to have to do a lot of perusing around. Taking the part out and finding it is always it takes a while. And having the parts sequentially by value would be helpful because my parts are organized sequentially by value. This is where taking the bill of materials and reorganizing the parts helps. It takes a long time. It just takes some time. During my freshman orientation, that song was new. And the digital media program at my university had just started up. And so students made videos for the new freshmen, and 3 or 5 used that song in its entirety for their little video about how to get along at college. It was torture. It was just torture. All right, my 10Ks and my 1Ks are organized separately because these are such common resistor values, and I have 250 million of them. So 1Ks will be pulled from this pot. There's only 2 in the circuit. How did you pull that out? Oh no, there's, what the fuck? There's 1 kilo, no, there's 5, there's 5. Okay, so let's get the 5 1 kilo ohm resistors in. The first one is R7. So we are looking for R7, and actually finding R7 here might be very difficult. I think the R's are a little easier to see. R5F, R1, 2L, 12L, 12F. R7 is what we're looking for. This is mad. Oh, I hate this. There's R7, but it's got like a right next to it. What is that? Let's look on the PDF and see what that is. This is what I got to do because of the way these people build these things. I don't know, you guys, it's probably palpable, my frustration, but maybe, am I communicating this properly? Does this seem frustrating to you as well? R7A is not R7. There's R7L, R8F. This is madness. R7A is all the way down here. It's a 36K. So we're looking for one that's just labeled R7. Insane. I'm so... Okay, let's keep looking. Constant game of Mecha Chameleon. Only we're supposed to be able to find this. That's... I think it's because they're done by function. I think it's because the way that Thomas Henry, the designer of the circuit, not the designer of the circuit board, puts together all of the groupings of things, it's probably explained in parts. And so in the final design of this, there's a couple different functional groups that make up the circuit board. Actually, wait, those are 0805s. We need 0603s. I'm not, these are not useful. I think looking at it on a schematic would make it a little bit more clear what was going on. The big circuit is trying to shut us down. It was the man! Some agent ran in here and unplugged my mic. How many 0603 1Ks do I have? I'm going to try to clean out the old binder of values here. So let's see. Do we have any 1Ks? Flip your tome to page 460K. 3K. Oh, things are not looking good in 1K town, but we definitely have 5 of them. This will deplete my 1Ks. I have a second one of these binders. The soldier pulling all the plugs on Forrest when he was talking at a rally. Oh, I don't remember that part of the movie. Somebody is moving furniture. We don't have all the hovercrafts today, so I can actually concentrate. And I took the 2 corgis. I got 2 corgis here right now. I took the 2 corgis on a walk fully around the neighborhood in this awful, terrible humidity for 5. So there's no barking right now. Oh, we got 4 1Ks left. Common values will deplete very quickly in this, and you'll soon learn what stuff you need to order 10,000 of. The 1K and the 10Ks that I have here are a size designation 0805. These are 0603. Those are standard values. They're also metric equivalency values, but 0805, 0603, 0402 is too small. 0402 is too small. They don't have markings on top of the resistors that'll tell you what the values are. Big soldering iron tip is fine for this, and actually it might be to our advantage because sometimes the big iron will bleed heat through the resistor to the other pad, in which case you are not to make any sudden movements, and if you bounce the chip around just a little bit, you can actually have it locate itself with surface tension very cleanly. So we're going to try to have a little bit of an ASMR soldering. None of that solder went on the stream. When doing an individual chip resistor or capacitor, what you do is you add a little bit of solder to one pad. That'll bring with it a little bit of the rosin core. It'll get things ready to go. You then grab your chip resistor, and I am doing this just with Mark I eyeballs. My balls are good enough for me to be able to actually see that small. If you're having trouble seeing that small, you can upgrade your balls. You can get like a stitching needle point magnifier Amazon has them. They're like $10. My iron turned off. I need to turn it back on. They're like 10 bucks. They've got plastic lenses and a little headlamp, and the headlamp helps you to see stuff very clearly, and if you magnify it enough, you'll look really, really cool on camera, but it'll also help you see this stuff very small. This is not a great solder joint. I don't like that one at all. There should only be enough solder that it looks like it's flowing up into the component itself. This component is crooked. I couldn't be asked to fix it. It still makes enough of a good connection. You want them to look kind of like this, a little bit less solder. You don't want to see any hard lines around that, but it's very difficult to see. Those are cold solder joints. But what this joint is doing right now, even in spite of it being terrible, is that it's holding the chip in place. And so if I add solder to the other side of the chip, by heating up the pad, not by throwing solder at the iron. I'm really trying to display this properly, but it's, okay, there we go. It should flow over everything as if it was liquid. And so what I can do is go back to this one and just drag it around a little bit and make sure that it's nice and happy. That's a textbook resistor right there. Always wet the tip, never wet the tip. I mean, you are supposed to have solder on the tip, and if you find that your tip's not transferring heat into the pad, you can clean it. I use a dry solder sponge, so it basically scrapes it with sort of a brass that'll remove all the excess solder. And if I'm having trouble with solder, with this thing not transferring heat, I can put a little bit of solder on the tip and let it sit for a little bit and kind of bathe it, and that'll create sort of an active working area of the soldering iron. If you still have a lot of trouble and it's really just not transferring heat in, you can dab a little tiny bit of solder onto the tip, and that'll help transfer heat into the pad better. That is a last resort though. You really want to be heating the pad and the component up so that they accept that solder and it flows over to everything so cleanly like it did here. Yeah. You don't have to align the text. By the way, the text is upside down right now, but that's 102. What that means is that the value of that resistor in ohms is 10 with 2 zeros behind it. And you can make that into a math equation. I don't like math. So 10, 0, 0. So that's a 1 kilo ohm resistor. So our next resistor, and I should probably be marking these down. No, it's 1K. 1.2K would be 122. So 1K, R7, R12. So this board is insane. R12 could be anywhere. We were looking for an R12. I believe I saw R12 way over here. This is what I'm talking about. It makes you jump across the entire board. It's literally a 5-second user language program. We'll reorder all of these and make them so that they're not crazy go nuts. R12F. That's where C11 and 12 are. R12. Well, 1K is generally going to be transferring between sections, isn't it? R12. There it is. Welcome to my Mecha Chameleon stream. I'm so up my own butthole. Wait, where did all my resistors go? I took 5 out and now they're gone. Hold on a second. That's 1, 2, 3. I must have put my wrist down on that or something and like drag them away. 4. Okay, that's the 4 remaining. So R12, this is my version of Mecha Chameleon. You kids like that game, right? I've been meaning to actually play that. I've not played games in like a year. I've been so far up my own butt about getting projects done, and I'm building a whole simulator setup. Like, where are the games, Father? Where are the games? Where are the games? Friend Slop? Mecha Chameleon was enough of a conceptual idea I'm saying it's a concept idea? What are you saying, Bother? It was a cool enough original concept for Friend Slop that it gets a pass. You know, it wasn't just another Lethal Company clone. I was going to say Legal Company. We should make Legal Company. It's a game where you have to actually like prove your case to a judge. Now, sometimes you can get heat to go all the way across the smaller of these sizes, but I'm not having any luck with that. I was hoping that I could use that surface tension to help center the resistor a little bit. This is fine. This will do okay. Yeah, that's fine. It's a little excessive on solder. It's fun, but it suffers from the ignorance of today. What am I about to read? It uses player-made maps. People started uploading malware on maps. Oh, well, that's a different problem. R17. The user maps mean that they can do something, you know, they can do like The Simpsons. And I'm sure they would get in a lot of trouble if they tried to sterilize the pool. They're too far gone. Plus, boy howdy, did they make a big sack of money off of that game. Woof. That's the dream. R17, there we go. I guess these are coming out of the plugs and jacks and stuff. Custom max, custom hacks. A map of hiding among a circuit board. That would be an interesting one. There's a little man. I saw one of those sign people. The ones that are always getting chopped up and shit. He's right next to that resistor. All right, so heat the pad, add to the pad, a little bit excessive. Grab the resistor from over here, which is my little pile of tiny parts. You guys have no idea how small this stuff actually is in person. It's actually kind of shocking. And I'm actually using a pretty big iron tip on this because my smaller tip actually did not perform all that well when I was trying to do this with capacitors. The big iron gets the heat in there nicely. I also have needle tips, but they're really not as good as this big boy. And the designer of this board left us a lot of space for the iron to sort of hit that pad, which is very nice. The Emily Gillette, the more professionally designed circuit boards, left no room for the pad. That's great from the standpoint of a circuit designer, but for us doing hand assembly, it's very difficult. If we were doing solder paste, then having tight pads like that is totally fine. See what I just did? I balled up the solder on the end of the thing, and I don't want that because that'll just drop a big bolus of solder on the pad. Sometimes that works out, but it's a little bit of a crapshoot. So I clean off, change the angle of my iron so I make better contact, and then, oops, well, did it again. We're just gonna risk it. Boom, there we go. Okay, cool. And that looks good. And you'll get faster and faster with this. Because I'm streaming, this is taking a short lard of time. This is taking a long time. Oh, what did I do? I just ruined that. That looks like crap now. What did I do? Clean the iron tip. Clean the tip. Come back to it. Come back to me, baby. You can do this. Yeah, whatever, that's fine. Everything's flowed over. Why do they make new phones? Why do they make new phones do system updates one at a time? For every single month an update came out. Ooh, that's bad. I didn't know they do that. R17, we got R22. There's R20. You would think R22 would be close to R20. Maybe it's down here. R22, 22, 22, 20, R22, R2. That doesn't look like it's anywhere around there. There's 20, there's 12, there's 7, there's 10. This makes no sense. It could literally be anywhere. It could be anyone. It could be you. It could be me. 22, Twentington. That is number one. There's 23. This board is making fun of me. R5. What's under here? 25. 12, 20. BA. That's not even a number. 15. This is like, it's just, chat, it's like 101. Circuits 101. The CAD tools help you with this. You don't need to be like this. Why are you like this? R7, 15. Where the freaking freak is? I'm gonna say a curse word. Oh my God, it's terrible out here. That's R1. This one just says 4-2. All right, I'm going to the other one. I'm going to the picture. Number 23 in Jim Carrey movies. I think I'd heard about that somewhere. Twentington, where's R22? 23, L1, R8, R22. Here we go, right here. Is this your card? All right, so cross-referencing stuff like this, it goes way faster if you're not streaming, and if you've got all this stuff up on your 3 monitors. The more monitors, the better with something like this, so that you can have all your reference material right up in your face. In lieu of having a 3-monitor computer setup, you can hit print. Having a piece of paper that you can scribble on is pretty good. Or you could ask AI to do it for you. Oh, that's okay, we got cut off. I will wait until the ad break is done, but I'm going to keep soldering. I'm going to keep soldering resistors. I'm just not going to say anything prophetic or smart. Like usual. Shut up. Oh, is this the last one? No, I don't think so. I may have brushed my pile of 1 kilo ohm resistors and displaced a lot of them. I need to make the pile in a different spot on the desk, but the spot on the desk is covered in trash because I've been doing this for a while. My hand is shaking. My hand is shaking because I didn't have anything to rest my wrist on. Oh, there's... Wait, the resistor on the board was right next to the R20... Oh, jeez. Well, oh well. LOL, oh well. So can AI do the soldering for me? That's a great idea. It's not the solder, it's the experience. I mean, you know, in the electronics world, AI has existed since the early 2000s in terms of doing board layout, planning movements of machines in order to place components down. I mean, this stuff is all... This is frustrating. This stuff is all super automated. Yeah, look at that. So I've messed up there. We'll wait until the ad's done for me to actually do the new thing. The thing that's that I just displayed. Correcting what I just displayed, rather. This one is still crooked. I think it's because my microscope is at a funny angle. Inside of the ad breaks, you guys get the real bother. I don't think 1 kilo ohm is enough to transmit the heat over to the other side of the resistor. With different values of resistors, you can sometimes get that heat to transfer over. Yeah, there it goes, starting. See if I wiggle it a little bit. Surface tension, since it's metal, metal has a very high surface tension, and so that'll right your components. It still looks like ass. It still looks terrible. This is electrical engineering? No, this is circuit board assembly. This is totally different. Electrical engineering is math. You know, electronics design is electrical engineering. This is building a circuit board, and so if you go to school for electrical engineering, they won't necessarily teach you this unless you take classes on it, but technically, this is what the technicians do. It seems to be more rare for a student of electrical engineering to graduate and know how to solder. So I've made a mistake here. Welcome back from the ad break. I've made a mistake and I put too much solder onto that pad. The correction for that, one of the better ways to do it, is just to use desolder braid. Desolder braid is an expensive way to do it. This stuff kind of adds up, and especially if you're getting stuff that works, you spend a little bit on it. Chemtronics being my brand of choice. But all I need to do is just get a little piece of desolder braid and kind of get it nearby, and we will remove a good portion of that solder. Even still, this is almost too much solder. If you want to get a perfect amount of solder, you need to just get a stencil with your board, and then you would wipe the stencil, and all of the little openings of the stencil would be where all the pads are, and you get a precise amount of solder paste. You would then use a pick and place to place your components down on all these pads, and then you throw it in an oven, and it would solder everything all at once. We're not doing that. We're doing manually inserted. This one's still a little bit weird, but I'm not gonna worry about it. All right, next one, and the one that I need to like drag from this side is, what did we just do? We did 22. 25 would be the last one. Let me grab this one. 25 was over here. Yeah, there it is. So I can just move this duckbill over here. These, I had to replace the tips of these with silicon rubber hose, and so that will resist soldering temperature, so I don't melt them anymore. They had little plastic, little rubber booties. Actually, plastic booties. Rubberized plastic booties. But those were no bueno. They melted very, very easily. All right, iron, flat, on the pad, solder to the pad, not to the iron. Component, weird hand position, bro. I should move the camera. I'm gonna move the camera. And then we position. I like to tap it just to make sure that it's flat, slide it in place, let it solidify, and then we go and hit the other one. Textbook solder. I can only get at it from this angle, so I'm gonna go like that. Hopefully work in a little bit of heat. There we go. And that should flow over everybody. Sometimes it pays to wait just a second or two. That doesn't look like it wicked all the way to the top. The chip's solder pad wraps around it kind of in a C shape, and you want to make sure that your solder gets to the top of that. Otherwise, it might be a cold joint, which means that it would possibly fall out of that solder. I don't use extra flux because I don't like an excess of flux. If the chips are down and my solder isn't flowing properly, I will add flux, but only a little drop of it. We don't need a ton of flux here. And the solder itself, the stuff that's on the spool, is rosin core. Rosin core! 2 mega ohm. And I only need 2 of those. 2 mega ohm. Why are you putting the emphasis on the... Have you guys had my Amazon lady, the thing from the giant corporation that listens to everything that I say and then relays instructions to its master, has changed over to AI, and it seems like the AI is trying so hard to sound natural. It sounds like it's just giving all the wrong... Everything it says is like putting inflections on the wrong words. Motion is at the front door. And it's like, what are you? Stop it. Be normal. Weird sort of pod person sounding. Why did that change? Oh. Actually, that was the scene that I wanted anyway, so there you go. Learning my Stream Deck. Part 1 of 500. Okay, so for this one, we have R5C and R5E. What the R5? I think that's all the way down here. Yep, R5E. R5, probably over here if this is symmetrical. Nope. R5. Is that R5E and the stuff came off? Hold on. Oh, this board is so frustrating. The wrong syllable. Yeah, it's terrible. Motion detected at the front door. You're like, why'd you say it like that? R5E is here. R5C. What the wait, which one is that? Oh, no, that's R4. There's R5 written here, but there's also C5 here and RB. R5C, but C5C is the horizontal one. R5 is just floating out in space. What the fuck? Okay, hold on. What's going on? It's your boy. Surely it's horizontally oriented, but I don't think I'm putting 2 in parallel right here. This is marked R5, but R5C is just sitting here. This I would assume is R4. That's R2. 7B. RB. What the fuck? What the... It surely... These are just vias. Those aren't marked as a component. And this is horizontal this way. So let's go to pictures. Let's go to the picture of the board. This is madness. This is like I'm sure for the designer of the board, this is perfectly reasonable, but... Uh-huh. What? Where's C5C? Is that double stacked? No, that's not double stacked. I did not see any evidence of that. C5C, no C5 anywhere around here. Oh my God. Oh, unless that's what, okay, so it's that one. CBC is this one. C5C, C1C is this one. So R5C is actually supposed to go there. Okay. I'm really glad they included this in the PDF that was very difficult to find. So I'm just confusing myself because I marked that as a capacitor and then installed it in the wrong spot. So that's my fault. Let's get rid of all that. There we go. No more noise. So yeah, R5C is this one. C5C is this one. No. Where's R5? C5C is this one. R5 is this one. Okay. So I installed both there and there. C5C is actually... So I got to move this one to here, and we got to check to see... No. C5... Okay, hold on. C5C... C5C is this one. R5C is this one. This is an excess. I got to check the values of these two to make sure they're right. So let's look up C5C and C. Well, R5C is the wrong value because there's a capacitor there. So let me just check C5C and make sure that it's the right value. It's always an adventure with this stuff. C5. You can't see what I'm looking at. Yoink. It's a 5C. C5A. C6A. C5C. That would be a 1 oof. 1 uff. Not a puff, 1 uff. PF is puff. UF is uff. I don't think we do nts. Although these seem to emphasize the nanofarad scale. I was unfamiliar with the nanofarads for a long time. So C5C on the little sensor thing. These little pinchy sensor things will get you out of a lot of trouble. The only thing is, if you've got a component that's connected to other capacitors in parallel, it's going to measure it like that. That is 1.5 microfarads. So 1 UF. When you get to microfarads, change in value can swing quite a bit. You generally are trying to design stuff with capacitors that are sort of close to what your value is. They can be pretty wildly different though. This one's 1.4. It's supposed to be 1, but 1.5 is almost 2. I don't know if 2 is a common value, but I guess that's just what you get with the accuracy of caps. So this one can get removed, and I guess there was never a... I must have installed 2 of the 1-uffs and not realized it. This is where portioning your components into little bins could be helpful, because then I could realize this mistake. So goodbye, 1-uff. You're gone forever. And then desoldering braid to prep. Only need to do one side because I anchor the other one. And I'll add just a little bit of solder to the other one. The solder's still fresh because obviously I did all this work yesterday. Come on, baby. There we go. That's a little too much, but whatever. All right, and then 2M resistors. Yoink. And yoink. Go. 303. 1M. Is that 1? That's definitely not 103. I guess this is an alphanumeric code. Yeah, it's 30E, which is different from 30. So the numeric ones are the ones that I like. There's also a system of codes to get the value, 30E. And we'll just double check with the tweezers here since I got them on. I like how springy the tweezers are. They need to be a little bit more loose. .99M. What? That's almost 2 mega. Oh, wait, is that supposed to be? Yeah, it's supposed to be 2M. Okay. 1.99M. Okay, that's fine. Resistors, you want to get a little tighter to their values. And if you really want to be a crazy person, you get a bunch of resistors and you measure them. And then the best ones make it into the circuit. The ones that are closest to the values. If you're doing some real analog shenanigans. But we're doing eurorack analog shenanigans, so it's not that big of a deal to get all like super duper precise. These are 1% tolerance, and that's enough. Where's the beeping? We do not need beeping. Never beep. Be prepared, but don't beep. Ah. Okay. What's up, unethical clown? I was amazed at 20% difference sometimes. Yeah, it's the statistics are very important in electronics, and it's always kind of weird to have accurate measuring equipment because this stuff is like it's 1K will limit the current enough for something digital to read that pin. You don't need precisely a 1K, and we're not dealing with stuff that's like so incredibly close to oscillation that if it goes a little bit awry, it'll blow up or something. It's not that crazy. R5E. So that was R5C. I'm going to do R5E. There it is. There it is. Yeah, I don't know. I made myself. You made one, a wire wrap tool. Couldn't find any. People around here just look at you funny. That's unfortunate. It's a very useful thing to know how to do. I don't know why it's been lost to the annals of time. But you made one. I wonder, how does it work? It's fascinating. I don't know if you're in the Discord. Love to see it. R5, oh, I did the wrong. That was R5L. We want R5E. That's this one. Okay, hold on. We'll just leave that. We'll eventually get to R5L. R5E. This is taking a long time because I am teaching as I go. If you just sit here with a big cup of coffee and like headphones or throw on your favorite streamer, this goes a lot faster. Although if you do throw on something distracting, you got to be careful because especially with this circuit particularly, it gets confusing, and so you need methods to keep yourself organized, like crossing out each install on a piece of paper with a pencil. That's the best way to do it. When you do when we did like reverse engineering of a circuit, you'd print out all the traces of the circuit, do like a scan of the board, print it out, and then as you go through making the schematic, use a highlighter to highlight the portions of the circuit, like, highlight the component and then the trace for the component, and then mark it down in your schematic. I need to get a good flux because this looks so much better than what I can do. This is a good brand. It's Kester, which is a really good brand. It's rosin core. I use the 0.4 now for this stuff because it's a little bit more controllable how much solder I put down. I bought a whole pound of it because this will last me about 6 years. And then it is, I don't know, SN63 PB37, so 6337. And that's the good stuff. That's what I use. You don't have to use this if you find a brand that you really like. It's just I'm showing the brand I like. It's just a hole in a tiny tube. Got to hold the wire on the outside, but it works unreasonably well. Oh, that's cool. That is very cool. Trying to tell where some of the traces on these boards go is kind of crazy. Yeah, and especially when you have components installed and it has to go under the chip and stuff. Luckily for us, these are like publicly available boards and we can see everything that's going on. But if we're reverse engineering somebody else's like product, they don't really tell you what's going on under the board, and you have to either use the multimeter or infer what's going on under there. And sometimes there's tricks and surprises. I know on the M303, I've removed just about every chip on the board to peek under it and see what was there. 2M, we're on 3.3K. Moderately. I don't like that these aren't in order because this means that I need to like jump around in the bins, but okay, 3.3K in an 0603 resistor. That would be turning my tome to 3.3K, 20K, 2.7, 3.3. How many do we got? Ooh, wow. Oh no, I got plenty. This is the old 0603 resistor book. I'm moving to a new book because enough of these have been drained that I don't have components that I need. So I bought a whole new book, and it's, oh no, you're throwing away all these resistors. Well, first of all, I'm going to put this in the back of a shelf. But secondly, these are worth $1. Like $1 is a kind estimation of how much these are worth. Eventually, though, I should invest in, 200 1 kilo ohm 0603 resistors. That would probably be a good thing to get. You don't have an x-ray for this? I would have loved to get a dental x-ray. There was a dental technician place that closed down nearby. There's a teaching hospital that had tons of x-ray equipment. I wonder what happened to it. Probably a reseller. We only need 2 of these shit. It's things. Darn. That would have been crazy. I would have put on my lead apron and like run out of the room. And then you can see inside the circuit board. If I were to get more commissions unethically reverse engineering other engineers' work, which I really wish that was something that I could do. I don't know where the hell you get clients for that sort of thing. Also, it's a little labor intensive and takes a lot, and I would be very expensive, charge like a couple $100 an hour. I would absolutely go out and get an x-ray machine and one of the digital x-ray film things. Guitar brands, x-rays for like their promotion equipment or promotional material. There we go. So 3.3K, R5F, R6F. Fs were over here, weren't they? Fs in chat. Chat, can I get an F? R5F and R6F. I should make the F do something. Like pull up a picture of Kevin Spacey that's really scary. And they're like, jump scared by, yeah, kind of like Willow. All right, that was uncalled for. Oh, R5F. R5F. See, we got to play Mecha Chameleon because the alphanumeric scheme here only makes sense if you know exactly what the schematic looks like. You know where the grouped where the functional groups are, not the grouped functional. It's not RBF, it's R6F. Even though D, there's a D and it's lowercase, there's no B. What the hell? There's R5, RB, there is an RB. What? So the second digit isn't always a number. It can be a letter, R6L. How are we going to find this fucking... This is crazy. And they're uppercase here, but they're lowercase when it's a letter. Okay. R5C... No, that's 10. We're here. R5F, R6F. So all the way down here, we had R5F. And this isn't quite symmetrical. So maybe right here is R7A. Damn it! Where's R6F? What is this? What is this? What? R01? What? It's the dot for whatever this is. R11F. Where's R6F? It's going to look like RBF, which might actually be RBF. Is this RBF or is this R6F? Do we have an RBF? This is the worst bill of materials I've ever come across. We have an RBL. We have an R8L, but that's not going to look like B. We have an RBE. We don't have an RBF. We don't have our boyfriend. We do indeed have an R6F. So that is R6F. Oh, my fucking brain. All right. So that resistor happened to be right next to its location. So they're both next to where they go. So yeah, this is the weird stuff that I got to deal with, huh? Yelling at my screen like a kid. The point is that that could be R6F or it could be RBF, because those letters are lowercase. For the CDL and like CDF, CDC, the D was lowercase. It's madness. Oh, so my soldering iron thinks that I'm using it in bed at night, and then I'm going to fall asleep and the soldering iron is going to burn down the house. So there's this like RC delay thing that turns off the iron, and I have to hit the button on the front of it in order to have it turn back on. It's supposed to save you from burning out the heaters on these things. And I guess that's good, because sometimes I leave the iron on for a couple days and it auto turns itself off. I don't think this is soldered. No, it was soldered. No, it wasn't soldered. Wait a minute, what's going on there? Hey. Hey, no. Don't touch me. Sometimes the solder doesn't flow down to the pad, and it seems like I can't really reach the pad. Yeah, in my usage of the iron, it is actually kind of a good feature. It's just sometimes it's frustrating. Don't touch me. Okay, there we go. That's soldered. All right, so let's get this resistor in. You got to keep an eye on everything to find all those little errors. I'm using a Pace soldering station, which is not really a beginner's tool. I mean, you know, you want to go out and spend $200, but for $40, you can probably get a much better iron these days. You can get like a, what was it called again? I forget what the name of that thing was. The pine sol soldering iron. There's probably a better one nowadays, because it's been like a year since that one was good. They're really good irons. They perform just about the same as my Pace soldering iron, and they've got like a little headphone style plug for the tips. But for me, I use Pace, so I had to go directly through Pace to get some new tips on the irons. And that was an order that I put in a month ago. It had to be $100 or else they wouldn't do it. And it's unfortunate that I'm in my own little walled garden of iron tips. Pine cell, there we go. Pine sill? Arduino that sends a pulse to the button through an optocoupler every minute you're sitting in your chair. What? Oh, I see, just so it would know. Well, you know, nowadays the accelerometers are so cheap that they put them in stuff like, you know, the pine sill and stuff like that, so that they know when you pick them up. And then, of course, since this Pace station heats up so quickly, if I just bought like a different Pace station, it probably would have like a motion sensor in it. They really should have put like a little mercury switch or something in the tip, because that way it would have just turned on demand every time. But yeah, you've got all kinds of newer technology to sense when something is this one just kind of looks at the amount of wattage that's going through the tip and decides whether or not it wants to power off. And then it's also got a timer. That's why it's called IntelliHeat. But again, it's sort of an antiquated system. There certainly is enough space in the iron tip that you could throw a little IMU sensor on it. So this is just the wonders of steady hands. Okay, RBF. Where's my heat? I may need to redo the tip on this one. Bathe it in solder. I guess it's doing okay. These are a little stronger. I'm gonna get a whole set of new tips. Mercury tilt switch in 2026. Yeah, they don't really do that, do they? You can have a bead, like a little metal ball inside of a thing in order to do a tilt sensor. They actually have those in very, very tiny surface mount, I think, for phones and stuff. Really? Really? I'm human, look at me, I age. Electromechanical fans. No. Actuators, solenoids, drives, relays, switches. I'm not looking for that. We're looking for a sensor. Sensor. Huh. Try like inclinometer, tilt switches. Why did DigiKey go day mode? It's been night mode for everything else. It's not like I'm anonymous in this window. Yeah, like a surface mount part that's just a tilt sensor. It's just a tilt switch. That's all you would need in the handle of the soldering iron. You could put like 2 or 3 of them in there, or 2 of them. How, $100? $2. That's actually pretty expensive. But there are cheap ones. Look at that. It's just like a little contact for a little metal ball inside of there. All kinds of solutions for that sort of thing. Obsolete. Obsolete. Not in stock. Obsolete. There's only 8. But they're ever so tiny indeed. This would not be an option. This is more, yeah, just this little guy. Just this little guy. Optical tilt sensor. That's cool. No price. It says it's active, but no price. So yeah, something like this in the soldering iron handle would be perfect. And then I wouldn't have to worry about, you know, you just have it look for activity on a timer. So the Logitech Harmony remotes had the little metal ball vibration sensor. Yeah, that's sort of what I was thinking too. I don't know if that was a, did we take apart our Harmony remote at some point? We might have. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Okay, 3.3 is installed. We're on to 10K, and because we're in 0603 land, I have to find 10K in the notebook. So 10K, and that's just, I should have a couple left. It might have been completely depleted though, because we're getting into the more common sizes. How many do we need? 2. This is all sets of 2 resistors. This is very frustrating indeed. This is a slightly analog design, so we have a lot of different values going in. If it were digital, we would usually have like 2 or 3 different types that go in, because all you're doing is current limiting so that you don't blow up if something bad happens with your signals. You don't blow up your chips. So 10K is going to, oh, this will be fun, R7L and R8L. So where the L's reside, which is actually right around here, we've got all these losers. R11L. What the hell am I hearing upstairs? 9L. By the way, the dogs have been quiet the whole time, so I guess whatever we did this morning was worth it. R7. R7L. I wonder if other streamers ever check in on me to see if I'm still sane, or just to see what that bother does. There's R6L. Is that one of it? No, we're 7 and 8. TechSmith was just lauding, is that the right word? Lauding, he was rooting. No, that's the wrong one. He was something praise. Lauding. Lauding is the present participle of the verb laud. Okay, don't get laud. Of laud, it describes the act of expressing deep admiration. Yeah, TechSmith, I said something in his channel and he just laud praise. And I was like, okay, I'm back. It was like embarrassing. Hall effect soldering irons. That's how there's just a simple like Hall sensor for the base of the hot air gun. The hot air iron does that. It looks like there's a hair on the board, but that's not me. It's something about the printing of the board. I don't know why it looks like there's just like a trace there. It's so weird. I think it's the solder mask is just a little messed up. Did we find one of these? Hold on, wait. I lost everything. Where is the resistor and where is our R? R7L, R8L. Oh, I see. That's R8. And then we double check over here to see if R8 is actually, where are we? It is in fact just R8, okay. Because we don't know, this silk screen might have had damage to it. It is, anybody who builds one of these on this level gets the My Summer Car Award. Like, by the way, I've built and rallied and won the junior rally in My Summer Car, so I know my stuff. Both with and without the simulator setup. Alien Tech has a cool looking portable soldering iron as well. Some streamers use the Hako. Hako's all over the place. They're pretty good. Don't use their solder sucker though, because for some reason, oh, both of them are right here. For some reason, the Hako desolder, the solder suckers, they seem to want you to inhale plastic. Maybe they've gotten better, but that Engineer SS03 uses a silicon rubber tip, and it is far superior to what we used to have. I've been doing this stuff since, you know, throughout the 90s and not really the late 80s. I think it was into the 90s when I started with electronics, so I sort of have a weird perspective on all the stuff that's available. The hobby electronics scene has boomed, and it's a good thing. It's so awesome that all this stuff can be so available. But you have two ecosystems in parallel with one another, Why are you emphasizing all the wrong syllables? Anyway, two ecosystems in parallel with one another. One is the hobby ecosystem, and the other one is the professional realm. And we used to have to go to the professional realm for most of our stuff, including spending $50 for printed circuit boards that didn't have a solder mask. Nowadays, we go to a batch service, we spend $5, or in my case, $10 for 10 boards, and we get perfectly professional boards. That's the hobby realm sort of bleeding over. So you'll find things like really, really capable oscilloscopes that don't have any kind of certification on them. They don't need it. All you need to do is see the wibbling waveform, spend $30 on an oscilloscope so that you can know if there's a signal present on the line for your hobby project. It's really cool stuff. With the professional world, if we are certifying that our work is accurate and complete, we need to have an oscilloscope that is definitely telling us the right numbers. And so you'll pay extra up to $14,000 for an oscilloscope. So there's this schism in both pricing and capability where you can get stuff that does the stuff you need to do. Like for instance, if I need to do an SWR meter on an antenna, I can buy a couple mini circuits things that will send a waveform in and block a waveform coming out a certain direction, and I can see what reflected energy is coming out of my antenna with a cheap spectrum analyzer. The saddest part of being in electronics since the 90s, seeing all the various US brand semiconductor companies dying. Yeah, you look up, man, you look up some of these semiconductor companies and then you get a completely different company on the data sheet because they're all just constantly kind of eating each other, and it's this big amorphous blob of companies. But yeah, it's a thing. That's what's happening. At least they're really trying hard to preserve all the data sheets, because that if we lose those, that's it, man. You can't. How do I know what certain chips are? You know. Haka shit. Are they that bad? They have that. They have that nickname. My brain's turning into mush the more we do this, but we'll get there. But yeah, those what is it? Piece of shit soldering iron, Pine Cell, and the TS100 and the TS80. Those are good. You can get little battery banks that'll power those. So you know, if I were to do the festival gig again, and you know, I had to repair a pyrotechnics controller where the battery door broke, which wasn't so much soldering. There's a little soldering on there, but that was more building up a wall of hot glue and making sure that this pyrotechnics thing definitely worked, or else everybody would be looking at me because I wasn't able to fix some of their pieces of crucial equipment. But I was able to fix their pyrotechnics controller and get it working again with a gas-powered soldering iron and a gas-powered hot glue gun. Now, I would probably have a battery bank or the DeWalt batteries and an electric soldering iron and an electric glue gun. I mean, I've got that sitting right here. It's a little larger than my old kit, but this will definitely get you there. And these things are so good. You can get adapters that'll adapt these to something like your Pine Sill or your TS whatever. And then you have fully professional soldering capability on the go. I also see Finsri a lot. That sounds like a white label products label. Yeah, it could be. I wish I saw your Radio Shack as well. All American, no talk about that place. All the Americans, yeah, we do talk about Radio Shack a lot. So Radio Shack on paper was really good, but when you actually got to like looking at a Radio Shack and what they have there, all of the electronics were like at one point super organized, and then they all just started to be gone through, and people would open the packaging and steal stuff. $5 for 5 resistors was like not good. We have a place near me called Micro Center. They actually do have a big hobby setup. I don't know if you can get some components there, but like you can get your Arduinos and your kits and stuff like that from Micro Center, and it's a really good resource. They have a lot of the retail package Spark Fun stuff at a Micro Center. So I'm relatively close to one. So if I have an Arduino die, like on Burn the Subs, I've had to go there and I bought two Arduino, no, not Arduino, sorry, Raspberry Pi 3B Pluses on the fly. You know, if you have a group presentation or something like that, that place is there. It's really good. Fry's Electronics down south, do they still exist? No, they don't. They got killed by the pandemic. And actually, the oh bother emote, listen, between you and me, I copied Google emotes, right? That's why they're yellow. That's why the chips are yellow. I needed a good gradient, and I needed something that made the faces pop out nicely. And so I looked at like Google blob emotes, and they're yellow. Like, well, that's kind of unique. Like everybody that does engineering stuff, they'll go to MS Paint and they'll make some shitty MS Paint thing, and they'll do a chip. But a chip is dark. It's like dark gray. And in night mode, all my windows are dark gray. So the chip would blend in. You wouldn't be able to see anything, and I'd have to do a weird outline, kind of like what Dan's game has with the like weird pixel outline around the face, because otherwise it would blend into the background too much. So looking at dark and night mode for the emotes is like, well, if I do a light gray, that'll be somewhat visible, but then we can pop it out with the yellow. And so I did blob emote face on a yellow square chip with a couple pins sticking out. Years later, I came across this. Okay, what is that horrifying fucking thing? No, this thing is the Fry's Electronics. It's yellow. It's a chip with a face on it. Shit. Like, oh no. Apparently, there's a horrifying 3D animation of it. It's actually Uncanny Valley Manifest. Lucky for me, though, as soon as I discovered it, Fry's Electronics is no more. Also, the pins go behind that one. Mine go out to the side. So, I did not copy this. What do they do to SpongeBob? I know the horror. It's like the Cenobite version of SpongeBob. The pleasures of the flesh. Turn off closed captioning. What's that doing on? Horrifying. Absolutely horrifying, fetid. Ugh. Okay. Anyway, I did not. Spongeobite. Did I get 10Ks out? I did, didn't I? And we soldered them down. So now we're on to 10M. I really need to be marking these down. The 10K were R7 and 8L. Yeah, we got those. So those are the 10Ks right there, these two. 10M is R5, C, and E. R5, C, and E. There's E. R5. What? Wait. 5E. Oh. R5C. Oops, sorry, hit the wrong button. M, 10M. Are we drunk? What's going on here? Do I need to do process of elimination with this? $10M and 2M, R5C and R5E. Where's the schematic? Oh, this document doesn't have that. Hold on. This is like the one that I was able to find from a store page. This is the one that has everything. Did they correct the bill of materials in this one? Oh, this one has a different bill of materials. So 2M, this one's in the right order too. R5A and R13L. Oh my God. 5C and E are supposed to be 10M. What? No, you're dead. Don't save. We're going from this bill of materials now. And here's where we're looking for stuff. And we need to move those two. Doing a little, sorry, I'm doing a little window foo here to try to get us a better bill of materials. So we're actually going to move C and E to A and L over here. We need a smaller pen. So these need to move. Wait, no, we just put in, yeah, because we have, no, wait, C and E were on, uh-oh, hold on. Yeah, I know, we need to check. This is why I had to go through all the capacitors individually. So it is our, oh, we got an ad break in 2 minutes. Okay, so we got to correct this. So we'll correct this during the ad break. And I probably won't even be done it by then. R5E actually has, and here's where we use the little thing. This thing has been a ton of fun. This thing was like $30, $40, I think maybe less than that. And it is such a good tool. It's just a little tweezer multimeter. Really helps when you confuse yourself with all these markings and bad bill of materials. That says 2.1 microfarad. Okay, we got to force you into resistor. Let's see here. This would be this one. It's giving me a capacitor value because it's in parallel with the capacitor. It also says 22K. What the? No, you're not giving me a good reading here, bud. How hard to press down? It depends, because there's flux on the board, and sometimes you have a layer of oxidization. So I actually have a high voltage probes on my regular multimeter. And the reason for that, and I'll show you one here, it's the probes on my regular multimeter, Fluke multimeter. You can buy these little caps that go on the thing. These are supposed to separate you from high voltage, but what they do is they draw blood on a regular occasion because they are these needly little tips. And so I'm able to, with the needly little tip, poke in through the oxidization that's actually on the pad. So that's how I do that. The tweezers have kind of a big spring on them, and I don't think they should have a big spring on them. So these are hard to kind of get to pinch down onto that thing. But also I'm getting a bad reading because there's a lot of components in parallel to this thing. I've got a 2.2 microfarad capacitor in there, and this is supposed to be question mark. It says the resistance, it says, is 3.8 ohms. But that doesn't make any sense, because I think it's a mega ohm resistor. Go to the other, it still says 4 ohms. And it's not getting the right reading. Oh, mode, here we go. Okay, so here's OL, and if I pinch on that, 37 ohms? That's not right. Okay, so 13 seconds for the ad. Yeah, that's what you need to do if you really want a good read of what the component's value is, but we've got a code on top of it. It says 30E. So if I go over here, I hate the ones with codes on top, but they are decodable. So 30E SMD resistor. EIA 96 can... Oh, hey, welcome back. Oh no, the ad break has already begun. Three minutes until ad break is over. So 30E, 2 mega ohm. Okay, so yeah, we do just need to swap the 2s and the 10s. R5C and R5E. We need to find R5A and R13L, which is weird. This one would have been easier to cross out line by line too. But anyway, let's, oh God, which ones have we already installed? They were all out of order on the other one too. So we've done 1K, we've done 3.3. Did we do 10s? Yeah, we did 10s. We did, well, we're doing these right now, so let's do these. So R5A and R13L. They're terrible, aren't they? I'm not crazy. They're insane. The bill might be incorrect. What do you mean? No. The BOM, the bill of materials that I got from a website that randomly had their own bill of materials from their store page. That one was wrong, and it had 2 banks of the same component. This is directly from the mouth of the, wait, no. This is from the source. This is from the creator of the module that a viewer found yesterday, and I trust more because it actually has pictures of the board and stuff. It's not just like a copied document. This is not capitulating. Please to be moving away. Hey, what's up, Juicebox Hero? So I'm putting a little bit of side pressure on it as I go from pin to pin on this. And you can see there it starts to kind of move a little bit as it gets heat soaked. Just pin to pin, back and forth. It might be better. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna get flatter and try to get both at once with the big iron tip. The big iron on his tip. Big iron on his tip. Oh, I'm gonna mess it up. I have to get a new resistor. Screw it. Go. Go away. Ooh, I moved that one. No, that's no bueno. Okay, so let's clean this up. Yep, still working on this frustrating PCB. The markings on the PCB being bad are the least of my issues with this thing, though. I might touch this with a little flux. I always pick up the component when I try doing both pads. Yeah, it's tough. And those like pincer soldering irons are totally useless. I've never seen one that wasn't completely covered in dust. Hey, welcome back everybody. We got 48 minutes until the next ad. We're correcting a mistake from the weird bill of materials that I found on a store website versus directly from the horse's mouth, the creator of the module. And so I kind of messed up a little bit and I grazed this part, causing it to tilt a little bit. So what I'm trying to do is put enough heat into this so that I can correct the positioning of this capacitor. But the capacitor is ceramic, and ceramic does not really enjoy transmitting heat. No, stupid. Stay down. Jeez. I might just leave that like that and not worry about it. I may come back with hot air. And let's do a little solder sucker on this. Okay, so that's C4 is ready, and our resistor's gone, and we'll have to get a new one. C4E, sorry, R5E, sorry, these got pushed down by this component. So R5E is 10 mega ohms. No, solder paste and heat gun, I mean, that's okay, but I wouldn't want to use it here because it would just rework everything. Doing this by hand is fine. It may look a little bit sloppy, but you can eventually get control. And so this is kind of practice for me. I want to get better at 0603 since we can go down to 0402, but 0402 doesn't have markings on the resistors, so I don't like that. So there's a 10M. You missed a bad bill of materials. There were repeat values in the bill of material, and so we swapped to the good bill of materials. So R5E, where's the one that I just dropped off? Where'd the resistor go? Where did it go? There it is. Oh, it's just this little man. I would be so bad at Mecha Chameleon. See, this one just has a number on it, 10.6, which means 10 ohms, 6 zeros, 10 mega ohm. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. My iron turned off. Turn it back on. Yeah, this stuff is very small indeed. Very, very small indeed. Oh, see, was I all the way down on the board? Down on the board. There's not a lot of solder on that pad, but it should be enough for me to kind of stake this thing down. Yeah, I got a microscope, and it happens to be a webcam as well. And Kurokesa doesn't really make them anymore, but it's a reskin of the Logitech C960, I believe, webcam. And so we got 1080p, 60 hertz, microscopy. I have a C-mount to Nikon lens adapter, and a UV filter, and a infrared filter on it. And it's on a Magic Arm mount. And so this is about 2.5 feet. Using an old DVD writer lens. No, this is like major, because I'm doing like studio production here. I've got the big lens. It's an entry-level lens, but it does really, really well. Made a very good microscope. This is by trial and error that we figured this out. Do you ever wish you could zoom in on PCBs in real life? Just a little pinch zoom? You can do that with your phone. Some phones are really good at that. R5, what was it? It was R5E needs to be moved. So R5, oh no, R5C, that's this one right here. And that's a 2M in there, but we don't need to keep the 2M. Get out, get out, get out, 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 get out. Out. You're kicked out. You are kicked out. Kicked out. I don't trust. That one seemed to might have broken off some of this stuff. Oh God, the Idealite. I forgot about the Idealite. Nice focal length. I'm just happy to see you. Do you get the I bought one of those digital cheapish $300 microscopes. Cheapish. With a 5-inch screen. Took a bit to get used to looking at the screen, but it does the job. If I were doing this solo, I would want to find something called the Scorpion Inspection Microscope. And it was something that we had at the FBI, what was it, 10 years ago now. And what it is it has a rotating lenticular lens in it. Actually, you see these things in the background of things like Star Trek and other like medical or tech shows. You see them in the background. It's a 2-eye microscope that produces a 3-dimensional image, and you don't have to like cozy your eyes up into cups in order to see what's going on. You just have to put your face in front of the big thing, and it looks like what was that Bluth animation game that was like a quick time event, Spaceman something or other, but it looks kind of like that, but it's 3-dimensional, and so you end up having a bit of depth perception and not smashing into your own finger with a hot soldering iron. It's very cool. Oops. Oops. I squeezed too hard. Oh no! Mi resistor! Where have you gone to? It just made a little tick noise, and now it is gone. Oh boy. Do I see it anywhere? There's so many components out on the desk right now that the chances of my finding that resistor are slim, passing none. Usually if I have a relatively clean desk, I can find the... Oh, I found it. Told you. Also a pubic hair. $106. Yep, that is the right component. I told you. I'm good at this sometimes. Certain things I'm good at. I don't know if I'd be good at Mecha Chameleon or not. That looks weird. Not sure about the Scorpion. Mantis, that's the one I'm talking about. Sorry, Scorpion, Mantis. I don't remember the name. There's another one too. That's the one that I'm familiar with. But yeah, you can sometimes find them on eBay. But if I were solo consulting, I would want to get one of those. And they do have like camera mounts for those, but they're like, it's too much. The much cheaper is the setup that I've come up with the Logitech webcam in the Kurokesu. That was dumb. I should not have allowed that to happen. Inside the Kurokesu thing with the lens on it. And so I'm sitting here. By the way, ergonomics when doing stuff like this is really important. It's how I have. People are like, your hands are so steady. There's no way I could do this kind of work. Well, it's important to have the ergonomics, just like in welding, body happy, good weld, where you can. Hold on, let's get this soldered. There we go. Ugh, it still looks terrible. Let me just get a better angle on it. Okay, that, you little bastard. Okay. Why does it keep happening? See, I'm not getting heat into the joint. If I go over here and just... There it is. Okay, so there's that. So we need to do the 2 M's. So that did the 10 M's. I'm going to mark that. Yeah, it is big equipment, yeah. But no, my setup, if you guys look at what I have going on here, well, actually, this is a better cam for right now. I'm sitting on a stool from the 1960s, which is moderately uncomfortable. I need to have shoes on in order to sit in these. They're fine. They're okay. I am bellied up to the desk. It's a 30-inch top desk, so I can stand if I need to. I have the microscope sitting right in front of me. That's on a metal plate on an upper shelf. So the metal plate on the upper shelf is where the Magic Arm mount goes, and the long focal length allows me to have just a huge amount of workspace right here. It also means that the camera lens doesn't work optimally. I would very much like to get into this thing digitally because this thing can adjust its own zoom and focus. Actually, I think just focus, and it could also stabilize itself so it doesn't shake so much. Maybe one day we'll revisit that, but for now, manual control is fine. I have the Kurokesu webcam mount. I really wish this was a screw lock. Kurokesu webcam mount, C-mount adapter, Nikon lens, and I have that on OBS. And OBS allows me to have all kinds of BS going on so that I can monitor what's going on stream. I can see you guys on Social Stream Ninja, and I don't have it taking up the whole thing because I need to be able to change scenes and monitor audio and, you know, start and stop the stream and stuff. Then I'm looking here. I'm looking at the same exact image that you guys see in order to run the microscope. So I'm seeing this at a similar resolution to what you guys would be on a monitor. And that's what allows me to do this kind of soldering and show you guys exactly what's going on. The only problem is Kurokesu does not make it anymore. They don't make that anymore. But here, scope. But the Magic Mount lens, sometimes people put like a big linear slide on there. I have it on a Magic Mount so that I can point it pretty much anywhere, just like the camera arm. But it's very specialty. It was a trial and error to get to all of those answers. There was a lot of development that went on with that to kind of get it to where it is. 2M, let's get the 2Ms out here. 2 mega ohm, these are huge. Like 2 mega ohm will block a significant amount of current. You really just don't use 2Ms for anything, but I guess R5A. You guys see R5A anywhere on this thing? Let me just get the resistors out first. So, ploop. I hate that these are coded and don't have numbers on them. Put these away. R5A, R13L. I really hope any of the other resistors are correct values. I think this one was just one that got messed up. I hope it's just this one. Because putting together this many components, you know, you can get assembly services now from all these PCB providers. So you just say, hey, you guys assemble it for me and just bill me. And they'll put it through all the robots that'll put all these parts down for you. That's not how the modular synthesizer, there's a 5A. That's 5A. And I think that's pointing towards our boy right here. But in order to make sure that that's correct, we need to go to another piece of reference. So I have them both up on this window. I could throw them up on the third monitor, the second monitor, if I was working alone. Yeah, R5A is this one right here. C4A is that one right there. Okay, R5A right there. So that would be right to here. Oh, yes. It's going to be a little bit hard to solder in the ICs. I don't have any of the ICs for this one. So it's going to be a big DigiKey order for all these things. That's why I'm waiting to order so that I have a big list of parts. I was hoping we'd get through this pretty well, but it looks like this is all we're going to be doing. I'll have to assess how many knobs I have tomorrow. Actually, we'll probably stream tomorrow. And we'll get to the larger parts of assembly. I'll put this aside if we don't get there, or I'll work on this all night, because again, this is tickling my ADHD brain, and it makes me kind of hyper-focus a little bit when I'm alone doing this. Okay, you freaking jerk off. Why did you do that? I think I might need to redo this tip. I have a tip cleaner, and so that'll turn larger areas of your iron into a working heat transfer type thing. The needle tip might have done this too, but the needle tip would also never fully heat across a resistor. Like in this case, I kind of want to stick on this and see if I can get the other pad to flow. I can't. Now, 2M is too much resistance. I guess it's also resisting heat. In the EU, we now have $3 tax on each line item of imported goods. So we're pretty much stuck with ordering assembled PCBs. Yikes. Else you pay 2 times the bill of material just in tax. That's rough. That needs to be assessed. That's like, hey, can you stop messing our hobby up? So that was R5A. We are now searching for R13L. What the? R13 is all the way down there. R11L. There's R13L. That's R10L. The YL. Whatever. I'm sick of questioning the circuit board. It's so weird. So R13L. R14 is this one. R13L is this one. You know, just use numbers. Just use numbers. Just use numbers. Just use numbers. That way you don't have repeating numbers. Just use numbers. I'm learning how to use these sort of duckbill circuit board holders. I'm getting there. It's a bit of a process to learn. It seems like I need to use them in order to perch my hands, because I always want to have a point of contact with the table when I'm soldering something. So this holds it really high up in the air, which can be helpful, but I'm sort of perching my fingers on all of these different elements in order to stabilize everything. I want it to be down to me scraping the board with my fingertips through the tweezers, right? That's how I kind of steadily hand solder 0603. Now the other way to do this is with something like a pick and place, or just one of those little vacuum component placers, and you would sit over this thing and place all of these down in precisely the right locations with little blobs of solder paste on all of the different components, and then you put it into an oven or on a skillet, and that would solder it all at once. Are they quacked? They're pretty quacked, actually. They're nice. It's funny how much stability it offers the board. Now I happen to have a giant chunk of steel to put under it, and that gives a lot of weight to the board. I like that. It's a little bit harder to move. I need to put felt pads under this, because right now when I move it, I'll put my wrist down on that and lift a little bit and move like that. Yeah, could never solder midair. I always need a big flat surface. Well, that's why I'm sort of like handling these as my hand stabilizers. People say I shake too much to solder. If you have something to put your wrist down on, if you've got something that you can kind of pinch, then it can stabilize your hands significantly. You don't want to leave it up to a lot of different muscle groups to hold these things still. And it does take a little bit of fitness. I mean, like, you can help yourself, just like you can help yourself with welding, you can help yourself with shooting accurately if you exercise your arms. And I'm a good shot. I'm a very good shot. My arms, I try to keep a little bit of muscle tone on them. You can't see that. You're not going to be able to see that. I'm not built, but in any means, and I have not been going to the gym. I need to go to the gym. So the actual origin story for this PCB is actually on the PDF. If you had it, all the way up here. So who did this? This is, they don't give themselves any credit on there. I think it's on, yeah, on the board. 570 galore. It's originally a Thomas Henry design, but it was done by Timo Rosenthal. Timo, I do not know what software you're using, but I wish you had better software, because we definitely are able to print circuit boards better than this now. This board in the document that I was provided by the viewer who found all the information really found, like, this is gold, because this is a better printed circuit board. So Timo may have had nothing to do with the printing of these boards that I have in my possession. Anyway, so the story behind it is basically, I bought a bunch of Thomas Henry books. Thomas Henry makes some pretty amazing, you know, like synthesizer how-to kind of things. From Magic Smoke, I got really curious about the circuits, making music with the NE570 Compander, the Compandor. Decided to make a compact module with as much as I could fit in the book. 570 Glory was born. 5 separate dynamic functions, that's A, B, C, D, L, that are normaled to the first input. Compressor, expander, automatic gain control, limiter, and an envelope follower. It's a tight build only for the experienced builders. Putting it together will be a little puzzle, but it's fun and versatile. I've had fun with this so far. It's actually, the challenges and the complaints are great. I do not mind. There are 2 versions of the chip, 570, 571. 571 is said to be lower spec, but for this project, it doesn't matter. I built one with both the 575, 71. I didn't hear a noticeable difference. So the thing about modular addicts and sites like that is that you can go in and look at all the different modules and stuff, and you can find one that you think is really cool. Oh, see here, compressor, expander, AGC limiter, hence the C, E, A, L, and F. I had a feeling that was it. I just didn't have confirmation until I finally found that one paragraph. I don't think this is a good way to do it. This is a bad way to do it. If you want to group it like that, have C1 through something be your function groups. I guess maybe it clarifies it when you're poking around on the schematic, but it's just not a great way to do things. We've been very confused. Wait, what is this? Oh, the bill of material. Okay, yeah, that's where we are right now. Well, actually, no, this is just our display of what's on the circuit board. This is how we're finding the actual markings on stuff because our markings are so bad. Okay, so where are we? We did 2 M's. I guess we can keep working towards, let's go 470K. These are actually in order. This would be much easier for me to go down the, wait. Yeah, okay, so these aren't repeating, good. 100 ohms, R5L, R6L, let's get that. 5 and 6L. Wasn't R5L like somewhere over here? Didn't we just run into it? We're entering the robotic era? Nah. Nah. I've seen people make their own pick and places. They're not that great. It might be MS Paint. Just get an intern. I wonder if I could make a robot arm that would be able to do this stuff. I'm not about to jump into that. What the hell? All right, what are you? That's R14. That's R14L. Has an L on it. R5E is down here. But that's R5 for E. We're looking for the L grouping. So hold on, let me remind myself of where the components are. Professionally, the way you do that is you add the page index as a prefix to the ref designator, not letters. Yes. And you wouldn't do it here. You would just have C3, C4, C5. If you want to group groupings, you could add a different marking. You could put a letter next to the component somewhere else for your own sake. Or draw arrows between things, you know, that's fine. Just don't mess with my bill of material markings because I'm used to it being a certain way. Because R5L and R6L doesn't give me any indicator of where they are located on the PCB. So 5 and 6L is what we're looking for. We've got a bunch of the L components in this area. Are they also up here? Yeah. See something L. R5 and 6L. 8F. 23, 9L, 5 and 6L. R15, 5L. So that gets 100 ohms. That's a tiny little resistor. Barely any resistance at all. 300 is what you put in front of an LED. That one YouTuber, and I forget who it is again, they seem to have kind of like a big budget, but they made a micro manipulator. I wonder if that would be useful here. It's like this, well, their micro manipulator was like microscopic, so I guess maybe it wouldn't be useful here, but it would be kind of cool to do. I was hoping to look for like laparoscopic surgery tools to help me move in a tiny distance at a time. You know, like I'd be operating like a Da Vinci robot. That would be kind of cool. What would that take in order to assemble though? Is it laparoscopic surgery? Is whatever throat surgery is? Do it through a laparoscope. See, it didn't seem like that was on the board at all. Iron's on? Iron's on. There must be a big ground plane on this one. We're crooked. Chad, am I cooked? Okay, you know what? I'm keeping that. I don't have enough to care. Where's my robotic pick and place, huh? Yeah, I guess you don't need like a full laparoscopic setup. You can just do like a full pick and place kind of setup, which is what I'm trying to build. It's just mine is hand operated instead of servo operated. This tip has been bad today. Usually it's good. Usually having all the heat of a big tip like this helps. I'm just having a lot of trouble getting these pads to like listen to me. I don't think the needle tip is going to be better though. It certainly won't be better for rework. Oh, you bastard. You little bastard. That thing just said, ha, screw you. And it just jumped a big blob over. I gotta be careful I don't hoover up the other resistor on the board. Did I already brush it off? No, it's right there, okay. What were we looking for? R5L and R6L? Let me double check. Yeah, 5 and 6L. So that was R5L. We're looking for R6L. Is that R6L? Sorry, I'm flipping over to the other thing. That's RB or R6 or R2. Yeah. R6L. And are we B? No, we don't have B. We have R6. Watching someone else solder is uniquely stressful. Everything we're doing here could be undone. There's really no pressure on. Is that soldered? No, it's not. Okay, hold on. I don't know. I feel like I should try a different tip, but I think it's just going to be just as frustrating. I really hate it when it does that. Where is all my heat soldering iron? What's going on here? Okay, gotta find R6L. R7. R11. R8. 11, 3, 10. 13. Why does it feel like I'm going backwards? 12, 20. R11, 8. I guess we're back here. Throw that chunk into the trash can. It's fine. That's our resistor. R6L, where are you hiding? This sucks. This sucks. I'm sick of playing Mecha Chameleon with these fucking markings. Left of one of the big squares. The big squares are, there it is, R6L. The dogs are barking. They must have gotten, oh, and this is another one of these. I hate these. These are so busted. That's 100 ohms, but it's in a stupid code. Can we learn these codes? Is it easy? Hold on a sec. Let me get this one attached here, and we'll take a look at the website that I pulled up, because I never bothered to learn codes. It's easier if it's just written on the frickin' thing. I can just look at it and say, like, if this is 100 ohms, that means it should be 101 marking on it. 10 with 10 after it. That's easy. Yeah, it's Where's Waldo, but with PCB markings. We don't say Where's Waldo anymore. We say Mecha Chameleon, which is the anime Japanese term for mega. So, you know, mecha fights or just mega fights. Really, really big. See, that's all I wanted. I guess that looks okay. This iron's really been fighting me. I don't know what's going on. I refuse to Gen Z. It's not really Gen Z, it's just slang. Okay, done. Okay, so this is the other standard, EIA 96. So 30E. It's just a value table. 1M is 1E. 2E, 1.02, 5, 7. You can't decode it. It's just a list. It's stupid. This is stupid. I hate this. I hate this. I hate that there are resistors in my possession that use this system. It's horrifying. This is dumb. You can literally, if you want, I mean, 1.05. Yeah, okay, maybe that's going to be more difficult to express, but you could put 105 and then what would be 105, there's a couple zeros to get to whatever. So you need 4 digits. And I've seen 4 digits on a bunch of resistors. So you can do that granularity with without having a numerical code, an alphanumerical code. Gen Z, what did I miss? I'm calling what we're doing right now Mecha Chameleon because we are looking for a thing in a crowd, whereas the millennial and possibly Gen X phrase would be to playing Where's Waldo, basically. That's what we're familiar with instead of Mecha Chameleon. That's it. That's the whole thing. There's not much to it. Okay, 22K. And so if the resistors are in order, easier on me, I've got most of these things, you know, these are in order, so I can flip through it a little bit more efficiently. Waste less of my boss's time, right? Because that's what it's all about. It's all about making money for your boss. I must ask you these questions 3, streamer. Answer and you may pass. What do you want? Just answer let's just ask, it's fine. What year were you born? No. No, we're not doing that again. Do you think Ewoks are cute? Ewoks are horrifying monsters. I would call them cannibalistic, but they only ate stormtroopers. I wouldn't put it past them to be. I like the puppets. I like the puppets in Star Wars. I thought the puppets were great. I'm a big Jim Henson fan. These come pre-populated. I just bought 2 of them and I spent like $40. I don't know, that wasn't each, but they're like $40 and they come in a particular size of component. The one that I bought originally, the resistor one that I bought originally, had a couple of these banks that were wrong. And there were a couple that had to be swapped. But overall, like if you're looking to get an initial collection of surface mount components for prototyping and whatnot, these are awesome. These are just ping-con. I got these off of Amazon. Something or other sample book. And the problem with the ones with the resistors that have a lot of them, as you can see, these cut tape have a curvature to them. So what you need to do is you need to bust open the binder and page for page, flip over one of the 2. And what I did is I flipped it over and then I bent it on the edge of a table. So I bent it on the edge of a table and flipped it over. And that means that the ones that are totally overloaded with resistors, which here are the 2 new ones, this one and this one, much more flat. It takes a little bit of effort, you know? And then what I have over there is just a bunch of my sample books on a shelf. That is a huge collection of small, you know, passives and actives, transistors and diodes and Zener diodes. Huge collection. All the ones I would ever need, although the transistor one leaves us high and dry a lot. Yeah, each book is a different size. So these are the 0603s and these are the 080, actually 0805, 0603. And then these are all capacitors, and I think they're 0603 capacitors. Oh no, those are 0805 capacitors, a little bit big. I bought this, which is just a giant collection of various size capacitors. This is sort of the emergency collection now, if I'm looking for a particular cap. As my collections deplete, the more modules we build, the more my collection depletes in particular areas. Been considering ditching through hole for prototyping. SMD is really good. It's really easy. People don't seem to know that. They're intimidated by the size. If you get good magnification on your board and you're able to work around with that magnification, it is very easy. We're working in 0603. We've got an unreasonably dense board. Those are some of the shortfalls. It's not that big of a deal, but it is something that we have to consider. The biggest hang up here for the building of this thing is the absolutely mad designators on all of the components. We don't know where R8F and R15 are, but we do know that they are supposed to be 22K, which is what we just put down on the board. This one should say 223. And look, they put a little line under the 3. They even had enough room to put a line under it. This is the worst stream I could have ended on, says Legoland. I'm procrastinating from assembling 300 or so 0402 parts, and now I feel dirty. Yeah, when you work in 0402, I don't have a good example of, yeah, wait, here we go. So this is 0603. 0805 is a little larger than this. These are 0402. And you would be fooled by the size of the components because they still look square. So you zoom in with the microscope and you look at this component and you go, why am I having so much trouble placing this? My hand is moving like a mile every time my heart beats, because these are just that much smaller. And there's another smaller size, but this is 0402. This is a nightmare to work with. It's very easy in your CAD program because your CAD program zooms in and everything looks huge in CAD. You make it nice, giant for your big grandmother eyes. 22 kilo ohms R8F. Where is R8F? Where is the Royal Air Force? What in the fuck? If I had more viewers, that would have been a really good clip. R20, R what? This didn't even look like it's soldered properly. I don't like that one at all. R20? I'd rather build by my own pick and place machine. I'm working with SMD components that small. I would love to be able to afford the $5,000 for the, I don't know if the tabletop one is less expensive, but I looked on eBay and people are selling them on eBay for $5,000. I don't think I could talk them down from that because I'm a famous streamer, but I would really love the hand operated, here it is, hand operated pick and place for stuff like this, because it would be really fun to show you guys that that process. But we are going to cheat our way into having a pick and place because it's a very mechanically simple thing. We just have to build some of the piping for it. And then I would love to build a module with you guys using that to place down all of the solder paste and then place down all of the components and then do the soldering on like a skillet where you guys could see all the components like reorient themselves as surface tension pulls them into the right locations. That's the way to do it. It really is. But we cannot afford the $5,000 hand-operated pick and place. That's again hobby versus industrial pricing. And there are a lot of people that are trying to build automated pick and places. Obviously we have things. AI doesn't really factor into it. It's more like all of the automation control stuff that we have, especially given that the mechanics of a pick and place are exactly the mechanics of a 3D printer. And the accuracy of a 3D printer is getting pretty high with the types of motor controllers that we have. So there's been a lot of capability bridging between those two. I know you can heat through the resistor. I've seen you do it before. Damn it, it's not doing it. Okay. The other one we need is R8F and R15. And where is our other resistor? Where do we drop that off? Hello, computer. There it is. R15. Didn't we see an R15 way down here? Hold on, let's grab this resistor in my right hand. So I'm glad my explanations and stuff are coherent because I am talking off the cuff. I seem to be being backed up by chat every now and then. Hopefully I kind of know what I'm talking about, 13, 19, 11, 1. Oh, 14. No, 14. Oh, we're close. No, wait, no, we're not close. We're not close. Oh, here it is, R15. This madcap CR&L naming thing is nuts. At least you don't have temp companies buying out all the manual pick-and-place machines. The computer hobby has been utterly fucking destroyed. And as somebody who has, since I was 15, been building computers from bare components, like, you know, hard drives and stuff, I mean, it's really saddening because we used to be on a budget. We used to be on a huge budget for building our gaming computers. And so we would eke out every single little bit of performance out of all the different settings, and you could get real lucky with the silicon. But nowadays they test things and they overclock naturally and automatically with settings. So you really can't eke that kind of performance. We would get like tons of performance out of our hardware by tweaking it just right. But the problem is the people who used to do that with us then became computer engineers and they built it into the system. Used to go on forums and you would see people who like super duper won the silicon lottery and were able to get huge amounts of like speed boosts out of their hardware. Is that a 15 or a 16? The 6s are quite horrifying on this board. This font is terrible. This is a very bad, what's called a Hershey font. And that doesn't mean like squirting. It's not a Hershey squirt. That's not, why did you guys think of that immediately? That's not what we mean by a Hershey font. That's not, squirting should not enter your mind at all. It's a Hershey font is when you have a one-line font that's meant for like a machine to put down. This is like the worst example of a Hershey font that I've ever seen. It has weirdness to the way it goes down. The 6s are too stiff. I guess with the silk screen that we're looking at, it had a lot of trouble doing any kind of a curve. So it's kind of technically following flat lines in order to create all the facets of it. But like the F, look at how stylized that lowercase f is. It should not be that stylized. But we don't know what printing process. They might have used an actual physical silk screen to print this thing out. So, but again, like making the markings larger or having them be sensical, there's a lot of things you can do. 7 of these mofos, 27K, huh? 27K. I have not taken a single break. Oh, we got 5 minutes for an ad. Okay, we'll let the ad occur. I need 7 of these mofos. I could get a bin and put these in a bin. That's probably a better idea. Let me get a bin. I have these little surface mount bins. They're really good for organizing your miscellaneous parts, not for resistors, but for like everything else. So I can grab one of these and just use this as my tray. That way we've got a nice deep container for these when we have multiples of these little chips. So we need 7 of these. They, on Thingiverse, you can 3D print things that let you empty the cut tape into these bins. It like separates the little plastic piece from the tape. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. Shit! So these were 27, and we have 7 of them. I'll put that somewhere that I can see. I guess that's a good position for it. That way I can pick out what I see, and let's put them towards the front of the container. These are smaller than I had anticipated, and we'll get one of these views, and we're looking for R4. Okay, you know what? That was uncalled for. R4. Oh my God, this is just crazy. R4, R4, R4. One of these will just randomly have R4 next to it, and then I need to check to make sure that it's not a misprint. More 5A. Come on, man. C4, C3L. Why are there letters? There should not be letters. This is, I've been complaining about this all day. Wait, I didn't get R10. Oh, we haven't gotten to R10 yet. Okay, R4. Oh, R10's one of them. Well, we're going to wait. We're not going to get to R10 yet. We're going to do these in order just so I don't get lost. R8 is over there. Above big. Okay, there you go. Juicebox got it. R4 right there. Oh, there goes the power. Uh-oh. We got 3 minutes until an ad, and my power is starting to click. There are no storms around, but they might be doing something with the power lines if it's windy or if it's hot. Gonad still is able to continue with the cat emotes and unleashing a fart on my stream. Can't keep getting away with this. Oh, this is another one of those coded ones. How's it going? So there was a NASA thing recently. They did some kind of funky stuff. What were they doing? I'm trying to remember which one it was. Oh yeah, they were just installing solar panels on ISS, and they had the coolest electric drill I've ever seen in my entire life. That thing is so cool. I would love to be able to get one of those. It's probably like a $10,000 instrument though, because you could set like the torque and the depth and all kinds of stuff. Oh, it's so cool looking. But they also had a bunch of shots of the control room that you should probably check out. Yeah, how cool. It's like not your typical. Oh, I hate it when it does that. The heat is not getting into the pad. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I think maybe I need to clean up the iron a little bit. Here I'm really leaning into pressing against this. There we go. I was in Philly last week. Oh yes, we're in the swamp ass portion of the year. It's unbearable. I mean, we're on heat wave number 5. The Northeast is not inhabitable by humans. All right, we got ads starting in a minute. But yeah, it's very gross here this time of year. What are we doing? We got R4. We're going to R5. There's 14 100K ohm resistors. I don't know if I have that many 0603 100Ks. I think I need to order the 10, 1, and 100, like 200 of them shits. I ordered 0805 100s, but man, I need, wow, there's a lot of components going into this thing because it's analog and, well, it's mostly analog. It's just a big analog circuit. R5, I believe we just saw R5, didn't we? Didn't we just see R5? R10, R9, R12. We're looking for just R5, no letters on it. Didn't we see R15? Yeah, those are 15.7, C5, R4 we just did. There it is. And we got to double check. This is what I have to do. I have to double check because these markings are so bad. We need to look at the layout preview, and I'm glad we were provided with it. I wouldn't have been able to find this. I don't know how the chatter found it. That is, in fact, just R5. We're in an ad. Ad's begun. Oh, my God. What happened with the silk screen? I bought this from Modular Addicts, and Modular Addicts just sells the PCBs, so there's no telling who created this. Whoever did not have either a good image of it, or their silkscreen printing is just not clear. And this Hershey font is bad. It's a bad font. It's not a good font. You know, compare that to something that I've made using Seed Studio and their likely more expensive process with better machines, and you get really nice details. I didn't put many markings on this because that's to the bill of materials. But like, even if R7 and R whatever was done by Seed, that would have been much more legible. It's got much better, much more clarity. A little Twitch TVO bother over here, and it's like, you can read it. This one's struggling. Probably older machine, less capable. All All right, so R5 is right there. Let's bring this thing over. I still have to do the OBS timer. There's plenty of tutorials about how to do OBS timers. So if I just commit to one and sit here and make it happen, I can have a 3-minute timer on screen. Looks like the Silverstream image was rasterized poorly. That can happen too, like if your CAD program, you don't really know what you're doing. Or you send it in the wrong format and they end up doing what they can with what they've been provided. The board house, that is, whoever's printing your board. Okay, you know what? That got the dogs barking. You made the dogs bark. God, that would be funny if I installed the fart machine where the dogs were relaxing by the front door. Somebody spends channel points, and the dogs jump up and start barking at everything. That'd be kind of mean. That's kind of mean. It's not that mean because dogs get scared of farts all the time, which is kind of funny, but come on, it's kind of funny. Come on. You guys don't know humor. R9, at least these have like normal numbers. These don't have letters behind them. The ones with letters behind them actually do indicate, what the hell is that? Is that R9? What is that? I have a Corgi too, and the bark sounds the same. Can you actually hear them? R2. Hey, welcome back, everybody. We're just soldering resistors. There's really nothing new going on. We're just looking for individual resistors, and the Corgis look like they have completed their afternoon naps after our half-mile walk around the neighborhood. It is inhospitable out here in Pennsylvania today. The temperature is way up. I don't know what we're at right now. Let me go look on the lady over there. I can't see that far. Why are my eyes so bad? I've been looking at circuit boards and the monitor right in front of my face for too long. I need to look at some stuff that's far away for a minute. Hold on, let me take a bio break here. 89 degrees. And the humidity is 900%. It's like actually wet out. Yeah, but it's not loud. You can actually hear that. I didn't know. You must be on headphones. Can you hear the fan behind me? I've got a compressor that's sort of turning the volume up and down as I talk. So my volume is variable. I do that because sometimes I use power tools so you guys don't blast out your ears. If you're on headphones, can you hear a woo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo behind me of the fan? Hopefully it's not too much. It's been a little while since I've like sat down and listened to my audio, but I've got it very tightly adjusted for the type of things that I do. So somebody with sensitive enough headphones to hear the barking could also let me know if they hear the fan. So we should be right next to R10, which is, there it is down here. So there's R9. This is unfortunately, this particular sort of lapse of good markings on these boards has led us into Mecha Chameleon land, or Where's Waldo, if you are of my generation. I think maybe I need to be a little bit flatter to the board, getting used to these like duck holders and how I should be positioning my arms in them. I think I need to be flatter to the board in order to get more contact from the iron. I think that's probably what's been frustrating me. Will's really going at it. Somebody must be outside. I shudder to think that people would be able to be outside today. But I'm in a neighbor. Oh no, it's gone. It's gone. I gripped a little too hard. The 0603s are on the precipice of where if you grip them a little bit too hard in the tweezers, it makes a little tick noise. It goes tick, and it's gone. It's gone. Let's see if I can see it. Legolas, can you see it with your elf eyes? Wow, racist Gimli. Oh, just because I'm an elf, I should have good eyes, huh? You think we all have good eyes? Sheesh. Okay, where the hell? So I was holding it like this, and if it made the tick noise, it probably went this way or this way. And sometimes I have luck finding these 0603s when they have completely left Earth's orbit. Yeah, I guess this actually was. That's a fantasy trope, isn't it? That didn't do it. That didn't do it. It might be gone. I might have to get another one. Darn. This is the problem with getting exactly the right amount that you need. It's like a way to kind of self-police, self-check that you don't install doubles or anything, and we would have found that double capacitor issue much faster in the bad bill of materials. But when you accidentally overgrip your resistor and it goes click and it flies away into the stratosphere somewhere on your desk, you don't get that little check and balance. I am getting so sick of having a belly that runs into the table. Sick of it. I really got to lose all the weight, man. I gotta like do something to lose some of the weight. I got a lot of inertia on the pounds that I have on me, so it's gonna be a little bit, but man, I'll get there. I'll get there. It's gonna take some time. I'm not gonna rapidly lose weight. I don't want to rapidly lose weight. That's bad for you. All these success stories where they're like, I lost 300 pounds in a week. And it's like, dude, you're getting some serious mileage on that liver of yours. I don't see anything anywhere. I see nothing anymore. Okay, so we got to get another one. These were 27K. Just under the wires next to the digital tweezers. Negative, this is a capacitor. This one's a capacitor. I've got Mark I eyeballs on this, and they're not 1080p, so I can see. It's good eye, yes, but nope. And then under the tweezers, there's just a bunch of this stuff. These are capacitors. That's a capacitor. This is just a mark on the table. This is just solder. That's another capacitor. I had a whole capacitor session, and so I removed a ton of them that were sort of missized, and none of those are it. None of those are it. It didn't land on the open desktop. That's usually where I can find them. What's that? That's a thing. I don't know. That's fluff. I mean, sometimes you pick up a bunch of components under this thing. Look at that. There's even a header under here. What is all this crap doing under here? Oh my god. This is not going to be the component. Uh, 122. So 1.2K. That's not it. All right, we'll just get another one. These are 27. This is what takes the most time, which is pulling the part out and then distributing it onto the board. So you can potentially save time if you've got all of those surface mount helper setups, all the different like part holders and displayers and blah, 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 and everything's tied down to the desk. You got the pick and place machine, you can't fail. Cut the table. What were we installing? R9, which is the one that I've got solder on. Oh, I didn't see. I didn't look very hard, so I probably got it wrong. It doesn't matter. It wasn't what we were looking for. 273 is what we're looking for. So yeah, there are difficulties in doing this kind of work, but it is doable. It's pretty satisfying to be able to get all these components down like this. Try moving the angle a little bit here. Trying to get contact on the pin. There we go. Jeez, it took a while. Why's my iron, like, terrible at this? Oh, it's too much. Well, we're going to leave it. That's okay. Oh, I don't want to see, like, a convex bobble on the end of the component. I want to see it, the solder kind of flow up and around. That one's a little sparse. I guess it got there in the end. It just looks a little weird. Oh, there we go. That's much better. Okay, R10. R10. That was this one. There it is. R2. You'll never get it out of your head. If you work with stuff like this, you'll never get it out of your head. Every single time you look at a resistor. R2. Or if George Lucas just looked at a circuit board and was like, yeah, that'll be good. I'll just put that there as a placeholder. And then he ended up rolling with it because he's lazy. That's fine. Ugh, resistor jokes. They never get old. Comfort. Got to reorient so that my hands naturally go to the angle. Oh, that wasn't all the way down. So the surface mount chips will try to do what's called tombstoning. So just like a tombstone, they try to stick straight up in the air. And it's hard to detect when you've got a setup like this where we're not looking at this isometrically. We're looking at it directly from the top, which is the functional way to look at stuff through a microscope, right? I mean, I could come in from an angle, but then it would be a little weird. So we're coming in straight up and down, and so we don't see the depth. One of the things that I could do is come in with hot air after we do all the soldering, and I could just go to the various pieces of the board and let everybody settle down flat, or I can look at it from the side when I'm done in order to ascertain whether or not all of these parts are properly sat down flat on the board. What I do in lieu of all of that is just push down on the component with the soldering iron lightly, and that way it will allow it to sit flat and be pushed flat before you solder, by the way, because if you torque these when you have the other pin, if only one of the leads or pads rather are soldered and the other one is loose, and you don't heat up the solder on the other side and you tilt that component, it will very quickly break off the actual pad on the chip itself. It happens a lot. You got to be careful of that because sometimes you'll be trying to solder and your resistor doesn't have a pad. R14. That one was like here, wasn't it? It was like down here. R12, R7, R9, R14. Come on, buddy. Show yourself. R18. It was either down there or it was all the way up here. Wait, did we just pass it? Nope. Okay. R17 was there. R14. There it is. As we get through these components, they're getting easier to find because there are fewer options. Where are we, George Decaying? What's up, Yitza? Oh man, that makes me want pizza. Somebody cooked something upstairs and it was like a lot of onion and maybe garlic. It was a very sharp smell though. So I don't know if we're probably not getting pizza tonight. But I want pizza. Actually, they might not be here they might be out. I might be on my own, in which case I am getting pizza. Although it's like, getting pizza for yourself and your dog is it's like crazy expensive now. I know that's like a tired topic, but you can spend like $60 around here getting delivery for yourself. It's nuts. It's a couple meals. I mean, I make a couple meals out of it. I sadly have not driven my car in over a week and a half. I did errands last night, but I borrowed a car to do it. It works every time. You eat the pizza, and you put it in the oven. You cook it good. I'm trying to like get this perfect, and it's not gonna listen to me. I've had a little bit of trouble with my soldering iron today. I think maybe it's just the tinning on the tip is starting to get a little tired of my BS, and I need to like re-tin the tip. So you come in here, you apply heat, wait for it to heat up, and then you hit the solder, not on the iron. And for some reason, it's not working out. Why isn't this working out? Heat, like that. Get in there, man. There it goes. That should be way more controllable. I shouldn't have done that second one. There, that looks good. I can come back in with hot air and rework it, but I think maybe just the size of the thing. What eurorack module? So this is from Tom Yamas. No, that's the news anchor. Hold on one sec. I went on Modular Addicts and I looked up a bunch of different filters. And this one is the 570 Galore. It is a compressor and expander, and it's from Timo Rosendahl. And they basically took a Thomas Henry design and they sort of squished it down as small as they could get it. And they made this using this compander. It's my companda. It's like an expander compressor chip. And so this thing should make some pretty crunchy waveforms coming out of my synthesizer. I'm looking forward to it. I'm trying to get stuff that's going to be a little bit more unique than what Julian has. I want to be a little bit more analog and a little bit more unpredictable than what he has so that I can kind of make some really cool stuff. Yeah, after each day of use, cleaned and tinned. I'm not that good at doing that. I don't really do that much. I use a dry sponge, which really kind of scrapes it and makes sure that it's super clean. I don't like using a wet sponge because I don't like grody, nasty water in my lungs because you're breathing in that steam that comes off of it. Ugh. 20 and 24 are our next two. This one, unfortunately, the 570 Galore has been printed by the world's worst silk screening location, as well as having some conventions that are not followed in terms of the R's and the C's and the L's. They're not really following the diagonal, upper left to lower right, and numbers only. I really wish they would have given like that L designator. I wish they would have put it on the component instead of making it part of the part designator. Because I'm going by building standards and I'm going by part designators, and the part designators help me locate where the component is on the board. This one does not. It does not follow the conventions. Yeah, brass wool doesn't work quite as well as the actual Hako brass wool pad, but it works. But that's what I have. I just have a dry sponge in there. I don't use a wet sponge. I think they're disgusting. And you're disgusting for using one. Yeah, that's right. I said it. You disgust me. I'm throwing up a little in the back of my mouth just at the thought of the sight of you. Where's R20? Where's R20? R20. No, but they are gross. I really don't like the like solder sponge. Ugh. I'm back. That's my latest effect. I love it. I love it so much. I love that. It's so good. Nobody watches my stream. Everybody just listens, so they don't even see that I've got the vanishing bother trick. Oh, I hit the button next to it thinking that would make it. Okay, anyway, back to this. Okay, take my money. What? What? Hey! That activated my warning light over here. That's a sub. When that goes red, and if somebody says idea in chat, this lights up yellow. Juicebox Hero, thank you so much for the 3rd month of subs. I do very much appreciate those. I don't know, I need like a smaller indicator that can be on camera when I'm doing little soldering jobs. I guess you guys can just see the latent, like the light that's cast by it. Just everything going yellow. Okay, We're looking for R20, and I'm having troubles. The 20s, I think they, like, towards the bottom here, I think there were a couple. The first 2 months were in 2020. I mean, I vaguely remember that the name's been around for a little while. It's interesting on the subject of, what are they called? Something relationships, parasocial. Parasocial relationships are also relationships you have with online people that you might be very close with as well. They're kind of used in a derogatory way to describe fake relationships with streamers, to sort of highlight that they are soulless and fake, and, you know, oh, I love you, Pokamine. I sent you $20,000 in subs. You're my best friend. Like that kind of thing where you've got a streamer that's so big that they don't really know their audience. When you get down in the numbers like this, it is not hard for me to sort of vaguely know of and know the details of your guys' stories. You know, I recognize the names. I am dumb and I don't retain information, but I do know that Juicebox Hero has been around many, many months ago. But I did not know it was all the way back to 2020. That's crazy. Well, it's good to see you again. Glad you're alive. You know, especially the people in the Discord, I know much better because there's more interaction there. Here I am trying to actually get stuff done at the same time. And then, in spite of my efforts to get stuff done, I still get a reputation for not finishing things, which is not fair. Sort of mean. And I think maybe the FBI should look out for those people that come in here and ask where Burn the Subs is and are kind of mean about it. I think maybe, you know, law enforcement should kick down their door. No, I don't. I do need to get back to Burn the Subs. That is the permanent back burner project. And it ended around 2020. It was 2019-ish that it ended. And we've got most of the hardware figured out. I used to watch a lot more of Twitch in 2020. I was a Twitch staff. Oh. Wait a minute. There were a couple Twitch staffers that would pop in every now and then. Were you one of them? Maybe that's why it's on the tip of my tongue. Yeah, we used to have God show up every now and then, and it was funny to listen to Bucklington, who's one of these oddlaw streamers. Bucklington, I love watching him. He's also type 1 diabetic, but he also was totally fangirling over the account God showing up, who was friends with like the Rabaz crew, and you know, I sort of knew of God, and I spoke to him a couple times. Not like, I'm not talking like, you know, spoke to God. I mean the actual user account God, who I think has moved on from Twitch. They got like pissed off or something and moved on. I was hoping, that's right, Juicebox Hero might have been who I asked about this, and they have no control over that facet of Twitch. Getting the underscore on my prefix for emotes, OH underscore, I had to use OHB, which is not all that intuitive, but everybody thought I was gonna pop off and be this huge account on Twitch just because I'm gonna stretch, I can't help it. I was gonna be this huge account on Twitch and then I would blow up. But I didn't. I kind of saw that coming too because I'm lazy. I could have done a little bit more to promote the board. I think what's gonna happen is I'm going to finish this board. Eventually we'll get back to working on it and wiring it up and everything, get all the software working, and then I'll apply for front page status when it goes live, and then it'll be, is there something stuck to my, there's this thing stuck to my wrist. Then it'll like pop off, and I think the channel might pop off as well in some way, shape, or form. Uo's lab, I think, popped off because he did a bunch of just madcap stuff. It was insane. Some of the things I saw him doing, like making toilet ramen and things like that. And then he also found a big group of VTubers. My big group of VTubers was Rabaz, who is still a great friend. And by Swedish standards of great friend, meaning that I haven't PM'd him in maybe a year, but we're still great friends. It's just the Swedish version. If it was Finnish, I would have never contacted him and somehow still call him a friend. He was a very good friend. Do you know where he is? We're not close. Okay, we are looking for R24. This is insane. This board is very frustrating. The R's and the C's and the L's are not labeled in a way that is conducive for us finding them. So we are playing our own version of Mecha Chameleon, looking for R24, which is also number Wang. R. Twintington. There's 22, 18. As we fill in components, the options are limited for where 24 could be located. But still, it's a slog finding the individual components. Is it way up here? Hiding under my duckbill holders? 15L. It's not just that the letters are messed up. It's that there's a nonsensical location of everything. They are labeled with an extra letter, and then there are repeating numbers. And the extra letter indicates what part of the modular synthesizer module circuit is associated with that component. It doesn't help. There should not be L you could put next to the components, but don't make them part of the part number, and don't repeat numbers. This is what's messing us up the most. This is what's really frustrating about this build. You know, building surface mounts, stuff like this is really fun. I really enjoy this. I think this is fun. Maybe I'm a little bit artistic, but whatever. I enjoy this immensely. My ADHD brain is sparkling. There's our 20. And so we're going to grab the resistor. There it is. Which is 27K. So it's 273 is written on it. Which means 27, which with 3 zeros. Which 3 zeros? Philly. My Philadelphia accent peeking through. I don't have the Delco accent. I've tried to talk in a Delco accent, and I guess you have to like be lazy, like super lazy with your consonants or whatever, and I can't do it. But every now and then you see me saying, "What's up with you?" and stuff like that. That's the Philly poking through. Philadelphia, which I was born and raised, which is, I heard nothing but Fresh Prince quotes growing up. Once we moved out to the burbs. Okay. That was textbook right there. That looked perfect. My iron is somehow struggling to get heat in there, and I've got some better tips coming in the mail. I just got an email that they were shipped, sort of. So they're in that UPS limbo where UPS goes, I don't even know what you're talking about. That doesn't exist. And then one day it'll be delivered. It'll just instantly go to delivered. There's a lot of dog activity going on right now. What is, okay, thank you. Brands? No, they're all Pace. This is all Pace. Because that's the hardware that I have. This is a Pace soldering station. I got the ADS 200. It's probably obsolete. It's got AccuDrive, which means these are a little bit more precise in their temperatures. My iron has turned itself off. Yeah, I could use sandpaper on it, but I've got this stuff. It needs to be specific, and I needed to order them from Pace, and I need to order $100 in tips. This was sent in by a viewer, this particular Pace station. It's the same as the one I previously used. This is sent in by, oh, I forget the name now. We had kind of a whale problem early on in this stream, and I was being sent stuff. It was nice to get cool stuff in the mail, but it was sort of unfocused and weird. And so I've got a whole nother one of these soldering irons sitting in the back. Oh, that is actually on. You guys just can't see that overshot. It's going to go back down. I have it set at 666 degrees Fahrenheit. But yeah, it needs to be a Pace-specific tip. These quick change very easily. No, listen, that can be a problem when you're streaming like this, because particular equipment, particular capabilities being sent in for something that you're trying not to really focus on, and you're trying to show people what you can do with a scrappy amount of equipment. I may have nicer things, but the things that I have are similar to what you can get just on a budget. And so I kind of try to keep it real like that. And it's just, it's a little weird. When you're trying to kind of find your own voice and your own pace in this stuff, in the whole streaming realm, it can be detrimental. What I'm trying to do is heat up both pads so that this starts walking over and it sort of reorients itself, but I don't think I can get heat to the other side. Sometimes the resistor is of such a value that it will get heat all the way to the other side and you can kind of walk stuff in. And listen, if you guys have the compulsion to send me stuff, I'm perfectly happy to receive things on a smaller scale. I've got like an Amazon wish list that I keep stuff going into, but you know, none of that's at all necessary. But you'll have to bully me on Discord in order to get any other details for that kind of thing. I had people who wanted to send me like teleconferencing equipment, and that'd have been awesome, but it was coming from Scandinavia. So there's no way that shipping would have been kind to us. It was just a big box of what they considered trash, and it would have been kind of really cool for me to go through, and maybe I could have had a couple new unique camera angles as a result. Doink. Man, what really pisses me off is that I bought my oscilloscope full price, the DRO 914. Is that right? DRO? DHO 914. But it was when it just came out. So I spent like $400 more on it without knowing. I thought that was just the price of it. But the Rigel scopes have been like really, really reasonable in price. And now they're like an Android based, so basically just a tablet. R6A, R6E, R7A, R7C, R6A, R6C. Oh man, these are crazy. I hope that other bill of materials wasn't too wrong about what some of these values were, because did I install all the 100Ks? I think I did. There's 14 of them, some bitches. We'll have to check at some point. I'm starting to, my legs are starting to hurt from this. We'll go just a little bit longer. We'll go just a little bit longer. I'll try to get through some of these. But these I'm gonna have to come back tonight and do all this on my own, because we have not made that much progress. It's been fun though. I hope you guys have learned a lot of stuff along the way. Learning from some of the trips, techniques, drivers, drive-ins, dives, tips and tricks and tropes and tripe and trails and tribulations and trials and trolls and diners, dungeons, drive-ins, dragons, and drives. Boink. Okay, who's next? 36 kilo ohms. 36 is right here. And with any luck, these are actually 36 kilo ohms. We need 4. 4. So I can actually, I'm just going to dump them on the board if it's only 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is kind of where I'm really talented. I do have a bachelor's in control systems and robotics. So I'm pretty crackerjack with matrix algebra that I've forgotten how to do over the years. I've done a big career in reverse engineering, sort of basic electronics and microcontroller circuits. And then that amounted to nothing. That amounted to nothing. Nobody wanted to hire me. I didn't know people in the industry properly. Now, after streaming, I could potentially like lean into the streaming thing and say, hey, if anybody, I'm not looking for a job right now. I'm not gonna put that out there, but I have had people offer jobs and all kinds of different things now. So getting your name out there is kind of a cool thing to do. Now you've got to be comfortable streaming to nobody. When I started out streaming, I was literally just building a brewing system, you know, doing cool stuff, but I didn't have any camera equipment. I had a laptop that would almost explode every time that I streamed, and I was streaming to just a couple friends from Discord. John Kilo 3 is one of those original people. OctoJ, my original moderator, and then Celia Russell was just perusing Twitch looking for guys with beards. because she's a pervert. And so she found my stream, and you know, I mean, I had the equipment. I grew the beard just before I started streaming. So, man, I would watch a whole stream of you just saying T and D words. Oh, because Dungeons, Dragons, Drivers, Drive-ins. My brain goes to weird places when I do this stuff. It's all stuff that I've read on the internet. Okay, so what are we looking for? R6. So R lowercase be, believe it or not, is actually a resistor designation. This is sick. This is disgusting. R6E is also a resistor on here, I think. Having RBE and an R6 is especially when your Hershey font writes sixes like this. Disgusting. Disgusting. All right, anyway, so anyway, we're looking for R6A, R6C, etc., etc. A self-attesting beard pervert. It's a great lore. It's funny. Silly stuck around like through the thick of it, man. It's pretty cool. R6A and C, R7A and C, R7A and C, RBC, RBE, R something E, 6E. Yeah, that's already bespoke. I'm probably going to have to come through here with hot air. I can't put it on the skillet because there's components on the other side. RB. Really? Or just R6? I don't... the 6s and the Bs are the worst. You know, my folks sat me down at an early age and said, we have to explain to you about the 6s and the Bs. And I said, I already know about that. I'm smart. RBA? This is disgusting. Oh, R6A. That's the one we're looking for. Okay. And there's R7A. Okay, those are the ones we're looking for. 6A, 7A. 6B. What the hell? What the hell's going on right here? Is R6B, B, E looking for A and C? This board is breaking me. Let's get R6A in there. I don't think it's RBA. There isn't an RBA. Okay, R6A. I literally figured out what sex was and I need... Okay, when you're 7. Okay, well, you know, everyone's different. Hello, solder. Okay, there we go. I was pushing and nothing was pushing. Okay, get this one positioned. Slide across. I didn't push down. It's not all the way down. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hands shaking. Hands shaking. Hands shaking. Not actually down on the... Ooh, wow. Okay, yeah. Tombstoning. Oh, see, now it's partially on there. Gotta be careful. See, that little shift at the end was my hand shaking. Okay. I gotta develop better... I gotta, like, yeah, hold on to stuff a little bit more to steady my hands. Steady my blade. See, that one went pretty well. I think like something about the angle is kind of sucking heat away from the actual pad. Or maybe it's the size of the traces. The traces aren't particularly large though. There's a 300-watt soldering iron. You'd think it would have the chops. The solder is in the way. Hold on, let's go down and around. Ooh, that was a danger zone right there. I might have gripped it too hard. it over a little bit. See, the traces have thickness too, so sometimes I get caught on the edge of it. I'm gonna say that's good enough. I did see RBE. Well, we're not looking for RBE. It's R6 A and C and R7 A and C. So BE we don't need. It's just frustrating that 6 looks like this and B looks like that. There's no capital B. It's very easy to confuse the different values together. I don't think there's overlap, but if there was an R6 that also an RB shared a designator with, it would be incredibly annoying. This is actually way more messed up than I thought. I don't like this at all. I really would like to correct this one right here, but I'm going to leave it the way it is and come back here with hot air, I guess. 6E's towards the right. Oh, I see it. R6C and R7C. Thunk. Oh, right there. Here we go. Sweet. Hey, thank you for that. Yeah, I'm starting to see some patterns in the layout because the TL074 is symmetrical with the 4 amps, and I think maybe these are the comparator circuits that we're sort of soldering in. Where's my 4th? Where's hold on, one more resistor. Oh, there it is. Where are my tweezers? This is the problem with microscoping like this, is that your field of view is very limited on the microscope, and so when you wave your tools around to try to get them on camera, it can very quickly lead to a soldering iron in the side of your hand, which is not a fun time. Well, so tomorrow we're going to focus on the larger stuff, the connectors and things, the sockets and the connectors and the potentiometers, and whether or not I have the actual potentiometers to go into all these different circuits. That's something that we're going to discover tomorrow, because I'm still putting together that big DigiKey order, and DigiKey has whatever that Alps knockoff is. They've got pretty decent potentiometers there, so I can order a ton of them all at once. And then when all that stuff comes in the mail, we will be ready to finish building, and we can actually listen to what some of these filters have to say. I'm very anxious to hear what some of these effects are. This one especially is going to be pretty cool. I guess I got to get in an angle where I'm actually going to hit the pad as well. Okay. Sometimes you're the butt of the joke. Wait, why is it so crooked now? Oh, God. I'll read the comment in just a sec. I'm trying to focus down here. Yeah, I was doing this yesterday, and the iron was like doing this. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. I wanted it to heat both pads at once so I can manipulate the resistor a little bit. Get it to center itself like that. That's kind of what I was thinking too, because it's actually kind of hard to rub the silkscreen. It should be pretty, like in a normal PCB, the silkscreen should be pretty resilient to chemicals and abrasion and stuff like that. It's basically like a polymer. Sometimes it can be weak, but that's on like 1980s circuit boards. It's not like modern stuff. Modern stuff is pretty strong. So it's weird that it looks like it's kind of rubbed off, but I think more than rubbed off, it just never was deposited correctly. And we've got things like aberrations, like this weird silkscreen trace or something. I don't know what it is. I think it was just very cheaply produced. And maybe we're thinking maybe the file was messed up. Like they have rasterized instead of vector or whatever. Was it rasterized, or what was the other one? you know, like you send the wrong file and then they convert it to the other file, and so it looks like crap. Come on, spread the heat, spread the heat, spread the love. I would like you to move over a little bit. That was too far. I mean, that probably could really use flux. I think this is mainly just the flux issue on that. Maybe I do need to put down some flux. Okay, 6C, 6 whatever, etc. 6, 7. Do the dance. Sloppy. I have to put 15 of these MFs in there. Did I already do 100K? Let's check for like R10F. R1. 10L. 10L is 100K. Okay, yeah, that's gonna take me too much time. There's tons of resistors that I need to do. I'm gonna wrap up here because it's like 5 o'clock. I could go to 5:30, but it's just gonna be more of the same. And I like to show more variety in the project. So I'm gonna sit here tonight, maybe, tomorrow morning, maybe, or I'm just not gonna get it done this week, soldering individual resistors until this is done. And then it's a matter of the parts lists on DigiKey. So we're going to move on to other modules and things that I might be able to actually finish, like the some of these other nonlinear circuits modules that I happen to have the chips for. And once we get those done, well, tomorrow's going to be like gathering parts. We're going to be looking for potentiometers and stuff. And when we get all that stuff on there, we might actually have 1 or 2 functional filter modules that we can play with. I don't know if we'll get to that tomorrow, but we will at least be putting all the stuff in. Yeah, pizza night, if at all possible. Let's see, we've got an ad starting in 2 minutes. So let me see if I can redirect you folks. Let's open up the Twitch main page. No, not Twitch API. Why did it just search for that? I don't know if I'm gonna make it in time. You guys will be mid-ad when we raid, because we have a countdown timer for the raid, and I can't stop the ads because Twitch is an evil monolith. Unfortunately, yeah, the raid, the ads have to be mid-roll now because I want that discoverability. I may go back to having pre-roll ads because my numbers are higher somehow with pre-roll ads. Those mid-rolls people just hate. But you can always jump over to YouTube. Did we have YouTube running at all during the stream? We did. Nobody commented. I had Madamu and Damo Palm, who is the number 2. 666 works great for small stuff. Yeah, we got that comment. Okay, good. Just making sure I'm keeping up with all my peoples. What do we have? We had Davies says nobody watching. So same with Carhole. Sean, Larry, Gmart, Rift Tracks. EJSA is doing something. Can Starboat be saved? Okay, they're just doing general stuff. Bruce is on. Tomato, Womble. Rob Oz is doing Project Zomboid, but it's one of his longer playthroughs. And then Marvel stuff. Mario Brothers from Doug. I'm waiting for Doug to do something that's like really focused on programming, and I want to raid in there because Doug has thousands of people watching. It's a little sycophantic, but I want him to be a little bit more towards our focus on science and technology, which he occasionally does. So, all right. Anyway, I'm just gonna pull the cord. I'm just gonna no, actually, here's the end card, which I haven't done yet. Hold on, let me just do the end card. That'll link you guys to Discord if you need it. There's this, and then I'm going on next, probably tomorrow. I'm gonna put an 8 on there because we're gonna be doing more of this stuff. So I'll put tomorrow on there. I'm gonna hit you up with the end stuff. Yeah, hey, I appreciate you guys, especially the frequent chatters. Filling up chat and constantly commenting helps me keep my sanity in spite of all of the stuff that we're doing today. You guys got almost 20 hours, or about a half hour before 20 hours, and I'll see you guys then, and we will work on circuit stuff. See, I can't use the effect right now because it... Oh no, chat is still on there. Oh yeah, that's right, because it's an image that's just under everything. So yeah, this still works. Oh man, that effect's gonna look totally different tomorrow. All right, so I'm out of here. I'll see you guys later.